Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kevin Detrag.
Hello, Proterova.
Good to see you, Proterova. We are back to The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. We are at the finale. We've been at this for 4 months. We are at our 5th month now, and we're going to finish the game, but I'll notice something a little different on the screen. Where do all our hearts go? Where do all of our, some of our magic stuff go, and why are we in front of a random Goron? Well, at the beginning we said, oh, we're going to show off what the Giant's Knife is, and last month I said we're going to do stuff with the Running Man. We didn't do that yet, so I said, well, okay, tonight I have a 3-heart run file that I've had lying around for a while. We're going to go there, and then we're going to go back and take care of Ganondorf, because that's the case. But yeah, we have this Goron here. Now, we did the big Goron trading sequence to get that nice big Goron sword, but if you don't do that, you come in here in Goron City, see him here, and for 200 rupees, he'll let you buy this knife. We're going to take it. It's the Giant's Knife. You hold with both hands, so it works the same way the big Goron sword did. And like it, you can't use a shield when that's running. But there is something a little different on this, so I'm gonna put it on. And then we are going to, well, honestly it doesn't matter for this if I save or not, really. Alright, well, we're actually gonna take a flight over to, Lake Hylia. Because this is also gonna get us close to where we need to do for the Running Man, because he's the character we're gonna see. And then after that, we will go back and finish the game off. It's not gonna take that long, actually, just to let you know, chat. Because of that, we have something a little special planned. This is not going to be a 5-hour program the way the other ones have, but that is also based around how we played this game, and I think how efficiently we ended up playing this game as far as running it to 100%. And again, Proterova, I want to thank you personally for this while I'm making my swim over, for being part of this show, and also for being a part of this game. Because I know this is a big game for you, one that I know you said, I'd like to see this done, and I'd like to be involved, and I think we made a good play of it, and I'm looking forward to finishing off with you. Alrighty, so there's Tech Type. Remember that they were a threat? Yeah, fine, let's show them how they're not a threat with a nice Giant's Knife. Okay. Sorry, he's like, I was trying to, you know, dive him, but then he knocked him back. Still can call control. Alright, yeah. So yeah, it is double damage the way it was before. But there is something a little different about this knife. Well, just slash... Oh, it already is taken care of. Okay, there is the thing that is weird about it. Just a little stump. So it is a strong knife, but the problem is that it's broken. So, go back in here, it says right there, it says Giant's Knife, broken. When you have this, you basically only slice once and it breaks. And then I guess, I don't know, can you not hurt anything at all with this again? Do you remember? Because I don't. You know, fine, let's try killing the Tech Type with the stump. Okay. Okay, it's weaker than the Master Sword, I think. So, alright, that was a waste of money. But anyway, that was the point of that, just to show that, okay, why you always go for the big Goron sword. So there we go, got our Master Sword back out, the blade that is going to smite the evils of Ganondorf tonight. So, one more thing we're going to do before we get to, Ganon's castle is we're going to go and take a run with Running Man, or run against the Running Man. Alright, just rolling, have a good time. Alright. And that's also why I put a Lake Hylia, by the way, just to get a sense of, hey, this is close. Also, I do want to try something, because I'm trying to remember if in this file did I rescue a pony. I probably did. Let me take a look. Alright. Let's see our favorite horse. Okay, yeah, I did. Yeah, she's over there. I was like, oh yeah, I was like, yeah, when me playing that song, there's like, yeah. Like, I'm over here. Alright, yeah, we got her. Alright, jump on. I can jump on her. Okay. Okay, so... Okay, I guess it is very specific when you're on a fence. I never had that happen before. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go see the Running Man. We saw him in the tent of the Carpenters last month. Actually, it's been longer than a month. It's been about a month and a half. But when we played it last, we did see that guy there and say, like, hey, you want to have a race with me? Well, we're gonna have a race with him, and I guess we're gonna try and, I guess, get some revenge for when he knocked me over a couple months ago when we got the bunny hood. A lot of good memories we had with this game, for sure, and making them unique as far as ourselves. Okay, so here we are back with the great Gerudo Valley music. So we get to hear it one more time. And I did, in this file, I do remember, you know what, I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna back Epona up right here. I'm gonna leave her here for just a second because I want to see something. Because, yeah, Pro, feel free to jump in on this if you know. For what we're gonna do, we're gonna race him. If you're able to use Epona or you have to just hoof it. I don't remember if there's a stipulation on that. But there are the Carpenters once more, and over here is... me stuck. Okay, that was weird. Alright, here we go. The Wandering Running Man. Run all over this land in search of true competition or true competitive spirit. Being all its challengers, man and beast, and we're an athletic guy. Yeah, we are Link Real Man after all, we made it. And we have a true killer instinct. Now the bridge is fixed, we can have a race with him. Alright, the best time to go from here to the bridge in the Lost Woods is 2 minutes 38 seconds. That's his record. You challenge it? Sure we will. Excellent, then you go first. I'll give you a head start. Now go ahead. Alright. And with that, we just run over to the bridge in the Lost Woods, which is, I believe, the entrance right to Kokiri Forest specifically. That is part of the Lost Woods. But yeah, we're going to take our horse. I guess we're going to cheat feasibly. I don't know if he's going to say anything about that. At least we're going to find out. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. I was like, I'm trying to wait for her to walk and start moving, you know, whip her on to get going, but I saw that. Alright. Oh. Also, yeah, don't hit the sides. Alright, so now we're going to go on this, and yeah. Alright. Yeah, it's interesting, now I'm thinking back at this, since we've been going for this for a couple of months, and now this is going to be the finale of the game. It definitely has been quite an experience that we've had, and I think I've realized that when we've had games that run multiple parts, to kind of look back on, and I know that actually has come up when we've had the chat cases for some of the games we've done, where it's like, hey, they're going to be sad when it's over, they're going to have that, you know, I guess reflective perspective. That was what happened, I know, with Kingdom Hearts. I know we had that with Metal Gear Solid, which I know you were involved with. And that was definitely a good time as well, and we're giving this another good one. Alright. Let's get going. We're gonna jump the fence. Or not jump the fence. Alright, fine. I guess we'll have to go around the fence, but we're still gonna beat his time, so it doesn't matter. Alright, so here we go. And then after that, we're gonna go back into the file we had with all of our hearts and upgrades and everything, and we're gonna finish the game. It's probably fine just to leave it here. Thank you, opponent, for your services. And when you come here, there he is. So 133. Alright, you did quite well making my time, but we couldn't beat him. Your time was 133, but I beat you by just 1 second. Yeah, so he basically was here, or it's like, and I'll put a reference to this when I upload this in a couple of days. Are you familiar with the Bugs Bunny cartoon, Tortoise Beats Hare? Alright, what it is a takeoff on the Tortoise and the Hare case with Bugs Bunny. It's actually a really early Bugs Bunny cartoon, and it's the idea that you have, I'm trying to remember the name of the guy, the tortoise, but he has, like, all his cousins who look exactly the same, and eventually he just says, like, let me call them up to basically give a sense that he's faster at each time, and he's basically just waiting at the finish line. And just saying, like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, what kept you, Bunny? Yeah, you go. Alright, so we'll have to challenge him again sometime. But here's the thing about this, and this also goes to the rumor mill when it's come to this game, which is the thought that, can you beat the Running Man? And the answer is no. Yeah, people have said for years, can you get the Running Man beaten? But alas, you cannot. And I mean, I guess that goes into, like, something I guess we really haven't talked about that much. I guess all the rumored elements that this game had, or that they thought it would have, but the idea that they've since been debunked, like this, being beaten as far as him, collecting the Triforce, having the Fairy Ocarina as adult Link, although the reason for that was because I think there was the beta version and they had not, you know, gotten the sense that, hey, you're going to replace that Ocarina of Saria's specific. But, yeah, okay, so we did what we had to do. It really wasn't much. This is honestly not going to be a long case of us finishing this game. So what we're going to do is we are going to cut the game. And it's not going to cut the feed, thank God. Yeah, thanks to the tech we're running, we can do that, and we're going to go back into our file. We are going to finish this game. Yeah, I realized I was doing the test on this week. We actually don't have as much left as I thought, but we're returning with Sogs. It has been our adventure for the past 5 months. And next month we're going, actually in 3 weeks, actually, not even next month. Well, it is next month, but only in a couple weeks. We'll be starting the next Zelda game for the show, because that's been the initiative this year, has been playing both of the N64 Zeldas. We're finishing Ocarina of Time tonight. In 3 weeks, the Criterion is going to be joining me for Majora's Mask, which we'll be playing on the Nintendo Switch Online plus expansion pack side, because they didn't fuck up the emulation. And we learned today that they did fuck up the emulation of Kirby Crystal Shards, unfortunately, because they found a game-breaking bug in it. And I'm going to put a link to the Nintendo Life article that went into that. Yeah, it's like, they can't get that emulation on the Switch Online expansion pack stuff going, except for a few specific cases, which have been Majora's Mask, interestingly enough, where they fixed a glitch that it had on the on the Wii U version. And, well, I would say F-Zero X, but I know I ran into cases of people saying that no, F-Zero X had problems. Alright, yeah, the almost were giving me trouble when I was doing my test, but you just knock them off. Or you could say, like, yeah, you know, screw it, just go in the door. Or walk right into an explosion. Okay, so this is Gaines Castle. What we gotta do is, there's where we have to go, but we have all of these energy barriers that are holding it back, so we can't go in. In fact, I want to see something. Yeah, it does hurt you. I didn't remember if it actually hurt you when you walked in, but yeah, it does, so there you go. So, you have to go through and complete 6 challenges in here in order to get through, but there is one challenge we're doing specifically first, because you actually have to leave. And I also figured that since this is not a dungeon that has a map in it, we can't use Pharaoh's Wind to leave. So actually, you want to come in here. And actually, one thing I also need to do is I need to pull out fire arrows. Well, fire arrows, and I need to pull out the Lens of Truth. So, use the fire arrow on that right over there. And there are the ice blocks. Well, they're not ice, they just are blocks. Shit. There's money that we're not going to need. And by the way, if the timer runs out for this, the blocks will go away, but all I need to do is just relight the torch. This is the only torch, I think, in the game that actually gives you, like, a puzzle this way and tells you how long it's basically going to be on because of this. Oh, shit! Okay, I didn't mean to target the bubbles. Alright, let's get going. Oh, but yeah. Whoa! Yeah, that's not something we want to see right now, the, like. Let's burn it. Oh, okay, it dies in one fire. I was not aware of that. Okay, so there we go, and next... Oh wait, next we have to use this again. So usually the idea for this is that if you're gonna go in one straight shot, you might be able to make it, but the idea is to kind of just wait here and go. And then hit the switch over down here. Alright, and with this, you're kind of trapped here, but what you can do is then long shot box. And this is why we came in here, to get the last item that we need to complete the game. And the most situational, but still one that, you know, completes the look for Link. We actually saw it when we first started the part tonight. These are the golden gauntlets. Yeah, with these, they let you grab heavier items than the rocks we were already picking up. There's really only a couple examples that you need to do this. And for now, then you use the Lens of Truth to follow the path, or use the Lens of Truth to go this way and get the items over here. Oh, actually, no, I gotta hit the switch. And pull up Megaton Hammer because it is rusted. Yeah, I was gonna try and see if could I switch off the Lens of Truth. Alright, switch off the hammer before the Lens of Truth. Alright. So with this, we're off to the next case of this. Alright. Actually, one last thing I will check is I do want to get this set. Oh, it just turns on the platform light again. Okay, so feasibly you can also do is when you're hitting that platform, or that switch down there, you can turn on the platforms again with the torch that just popped out of existence. Yeah, nice to have this long sword that is not going to bust. Oh, yeah, we're all set. So what happens for each of these rooms, you come in here, and Zelda last time, she told us that, hey, in order to beat Ganondorf, we need the light arrows, and that's what you need to do here. You need to bust the magical barrier here. Pull out the light arrows, which take double the magic of normal arrows, and fire. And they actually hold in place there, so it actually makes a weird case when out of that, yeah, Impa pops out. Yeah, the shadow barrier is dispelled. Please save the princess. And you have to do this for each of the 6 rooms in order to open up the center. So, every time you do that, you do come back out. And in this case, we're going to have the energy that's flowing over there be turned off. Alright, now that we have the golden gauntlets, well, actually there's 2 things we can do. We may as well do this on the way, because it is on the way out. And that is... See the block over there, that big block? Hit the A button on that. Yeah, Link gets his hands ready, and there we go. Picks it up. Yeah, he is a strong man, or in the words of, we said, is Link real man. And in the words of Link's Awakening, yeah, with these perspectives, we feel like we could lift a whale. And it's like lifting a whale, specifically. At least for that game, that was the power bracelet level 2. But alright, with that, we are going to go out because the golden gauntlets are needed to get the last fairy fountain that we were missing. I actually saw it when we came in, but we couldn't get it yet until we got this. As I mentioned before, you can't use Pharaoh's Wind to leave. In fact, I will show that. Yeah, it just is disabled like that. And the reason for that is because it's a, what is it? It's not a dungeon that has a map in it. Or it's a map, or it's a dungeon that does not have a map in it. I believe they did say they put that stipulation onto that. So, alright, roll outside, directly to the right of the castle, and there's another one of those blocks. We'll move it, and we are going to get what we have. Yeah, when we were to get close there with Navi, she's like, yeah, what the hell is this? But like, yeah, Navi, stand back. Alrighty. I do love how Link just says, like, yeah, I'm gonna flip that backwards. Alright, so with that, we are all set, and just have to get my ocarina out, or our ocarina out. And then we're gonna play a little ditty for the fairy, and we're gonna get one last upgrade, and it's a very nice one. Alright, let's play that Zelda's Lullaby, and you are all set. Alright, so one more hurrah with the fairy here, and the fairies, the Great Fairy anyway, are going to be in a lot different of a context when we start Majora's Mask in 3 weeks. But alright, in her case, she's the Great Fairy of Courage, which I guess is fitting because Zelda holds the Triforce of Courage. And she's going to enhance our defensive power. And with that light and the Triforce logo glitching out like crazy, I don't know if it did in the other revisions, but either way. Yeah, we got those white boundaries around our hearts. And that basically is enhancing our defensive power. We now take half the damage. So the damage inflicted by enemies is reduced by half. Yeah, for the boss we're going into, it's going to be very useful. Yeah, if we ever get hurt, we can come back, but we're not going to come back. But yeah, we'll see you later, Great Fairy. We'll see you in 3 weeks. Alright, now that we got everything set, we can go in, we can finish Ganon's castle, and find Ganondorf specifically. Definitely gonna save, Zelda, we're gonna have a good time for tonight. And as I mentioned also, because this is gonna be a short perspective, and we're almost 20 minutes in for this part of it alone, and based on my, test play, it looked like it was a little over an hour, as far as this. But to give the show a little more variety, and a little more of a longevity a bit, we're gonna also take a look at something else. Something else that Proterova agreed to be part of showing. Actually, something we've shown before. We'll keep you in suspense for what it is, unless you saw perhaps the tags that are on the Twitch site video, in which case it feasibly gives it away, I think. But, yeah, let me know if that's not the case, because I don't know if you're seeing if that's the case. Hint, it is something we did before. Alright, so you're going through a bunch of challenges, and we're seeing a lot of stuff going on, and, yeah, the BMOS that's giving me trouble, but thank God I do have the double defense. Alright. Okay, let's use our bombs, because we're not going to need them for much else. Alright. Okay, this is where they're definitely loving their, 5 rupee, or their silver rupee puzzle. Alright, so we got the golden gauntlets, and now we're all set. So at least we were taking half the damage that we took before. Yeah, maybe it's like, yeah, I'm wanting to show that off. Actually, I will show one other thing off. I'll see if this is what you play here for health recovery. Because, yeah, when you see Navi going green like that, that's usually the case. Okay, not that one. Let's play the Sun Song. And then we'll get the last couple and we'll get going. Which does remind me, actually... Okay, no, there we go. Alright, so we definitely get the big fairy there. Will recover my health and magic when I touch her. There you go. Got her. Yeah, now it is raining indoors once more. Okay, so... Or I can also go get the heart over there. Actually, wait. There is one other thing I just was reminded of with the bottles. Wait a minute. Okay, no, I don't think I need... Trying to think. Oh wait, I do. No, I do need the bottle emptied. I remember that now. But we'll wait till I get to the room that I need it. In this case, it's a good thing we have that 5th one that we got in the ice cavern. Alright, so yeah, we got the fire slugs. Yeah, just take your big bronze sword and slice them. And also we have one other part of this game, one of the only other parts of this game where you need to use the bomb shoes. And they do put them in a box if you do not have any. So I can pull that out. I pulled the bomb shoes out specifically. Alright. Alright, so going right over this. The bomb shoe, and it's going right up there, into the hole. Or it misses, okay. Yeah, this is weird as far as having to target these things, but yeah, we'll see that a little more in the next game, because they're also in there. I think they use them more because they realize, yeah, we don't use them that much. Alright, that does open the door, but the other thing you can also do is spin that, the box drops here, and this is where you get more bomb shoes. I believe this does max out. There we go. Now here is where I want to put my light arrows on. And there's an inbox arrow. Right, they give arrows, because actually one thing when I was doing the test on this, I was trying to remember, wait a minute, how do I break this? Or get through this room to get the sun shining in, use the fire arrows. Just shoot it right up there. In this case, you have to use the mirror shield on the right sun. If you use the wrong one, wall master's gonna come down. But if you hit, one one's there. But all right, we don't. Yeah, wait to get out of the way. I already showed when I edited part 3, I think it was, showing what happens when the wall master catches you. It will take you out to the beginning of the dungeon, but yeah, we don't want to have that happen. Okay. So with that, we're all set, and we do have another barrier we're gonna bust. And it'll give you a lot of magic at the door. Oh wait, no, I don't want the. Actually, you know what? Nothing's gonna happen when I hit it with the fire, but I just want to see that. Okay, it just goes right through. Actually, usually it's like I know to hit the light arrows on this, but since I was using the other one for one of the other rooms, that's the case. All right, so we got that one. Yeah, I love how the arrows just stick in there, and it does look weird that I've had it sometimes stick through the models when they came on, so it looked like either untoward or like I was killing, or like I was killing them. I was like, no, I'm not trying to kill the sages. The sages are fine; they're my friends. Alrighty. So that's the second one, and there's 6 of them here, as mentioned. And then after that, we're gonna go and take care of Ganondorf, which not too long. And Pro, quick question to you: when I was doing the test on this, and I told you this off screen, I did use the Master Sword to kill him through the fight entirely. You have to use it at the end of it, but do you want me to use it to fight him, or do you want me to wait and just use the big wand for most of it?
It is up to you.
Okay. Alright, I just wanted to get a sense of what you thought. And this is also another puzzle room where you have to open the chest. That is having the key, but unfortunately you have to kind of just guess. I think it's this one. Okay, fine, there's arrows. Not all of them will have arrows, and some of them will actually freeze you, which I believe... Yeah, fine, we'll open them all up, because eventually I'll get a heart to recover myself. Yeah, if you get the wrong one, you get frozen. But because we have the double damage running on here, or the double defense, it's not going to help do too much, right? There is money. If you're wondering why I'm getting hit, it's because there are keys there, or fire keys, that I'm not using my Lens of Truth. Right there they are. Fine, that one's not fire keys, that one's just normal. Yeah, let's stick them out with the hook shot, or long shot. If they get Majora's Mask, where it's like, yeah, it's just one item. Yeah, unfortunately, also, you can't use the Lens of Truth to look through this and get a sense of, okay, which chest it is. You have to kind of just open it on a whim and get a sense of which one. Okay, that's the heart. Okay, oh, right, the ones... Oh, right, I gotta kill everything. That's what happens. Because there's the ones there, the one that has the arrows, and then I gotta kill all the enemies in here, and then the chest appears in the middle. There we go. Alright. Which is weird, yeah, it is a dungeon without a map or a compass, but it does have keys. Oh right, I forgot I have to play the Ocarina song here. Because at first, like, there's an item that comes here, but you have to play the Zelda Lullaby to make it come in. So at this point, yeah, I guess there's anything like, hey, fine, okay. The key is right here, so there's the Triforce symbol to play. Alright. So then we're gonna go and we'll be set. Small key. Alright, another one of these, but this one is timed, so what you gotta do is you have to go around in a circle, but it's not gonna take you too long. And the camera will change on its own, you should go through here. Alright, it's over there. It's up. Fine, one of them's up there. You need hook shots to get there. Oh, it's right there, okay. Yeah, I knew I saw it out the corner of my eye somewhere. Although, actually, I don't know if I run out of time now after getting them. Does that count as me not getting through the room? I don't know. Alright, this is the other thing. Yeah, it's a trick. Yeah, walk through the wall. Or use the, lens of truth to see it. Alright, so got that one down. We're halfway done. Alright, the light barrier's been dispelled, and there is our buddy Raru. So yeah, bye-bye, my friend. I do love that, you know, go into his eye like that. Okay, so next up, you can go in these rooms in any order you want, by the way. It's just that some of them, they will require the gold gauntlets. So you don't have them, you can't get through. In fact, this is one of them. And it's also one of those where it's super hot, so you have to put on the Goron tunic or you're gonna die. Also, you want to put on the hover boots here because this platform here, when you're standing on it with any other boots, that's going to sink down in the lava. But when you have the hover boots, they will not. Also makes it easier to get those ones over there. And as mentioned, you do need the golden gauntlets as per that block over there. But I will wait a second to get that one. Yeah, as I mentioned, this is where you get the sense that, okay, they're going through all of the silver rupee puzzles, and then maybe at this point, like, yeah, there's not like, yeah, this is what we got as far as the end of it. I don't know what chat you think or Proterova you think as far as like whether this, what you think of this last area, as far as I guess the last dungeon before you fight Ganondorf. I think it's fine as far as it, although feasibly I think maybe the star of this is the battle we're gonna have, not so much this part. This is just the prelude to getting a sense of us finishing our journey. Yeah, I was trying to see if I could hold on to that or I would drop down on it. And unfortunately, if you do fall into lava like that, all the rupees will reset unless you collect them all. And I think they intend that way for it because that one out there is on a platform that will fall down in the lava. So I think they expect you to basically just go there, get it, and fall in. In fact, we will go get the first, the Golden Gauntlet one now. Okay, there we go. Now I am right on line. Perfect. Alright, so there we go with our nice gold gauntlets. Yeah, you don't use much in this game, but it does look cool. Yeah, he just throws that backwards and boom. Yeah, if there's any questions on Link's masculinity that were there the past couple of months of this game, they are not there anymore. Because, yeah, a real man would be able to do that. And, like, yeah, Link definitely is. Alright. Alright, that's fine, because as I said, I don't know if you can actually get back there effectively when you get that last one. But you probably can, I'm just not aware of how to do it. It's probably just faster just to reset the room anyway at that point. We got everything, the door's open, so we can go and get the next target. Alright, so... Now this one we are going to free Darunia. Our good old Goron friend. There he is, our brother. Or our blood brother as far as... Fine, not blood brother, but, you know, mountain brother. There he is. Yeah, but definitely all the sages do have our backs. And they're going to help us take care of everything. Alright. Okay, and if you ever get to a sense of, like, which one is... do you have to go? Just look for the light. And there is the water one. We can do that. Actually, I think the last one we're going to do then, I guess will be... Actually, fitting, I guess we're going to do that as the last one. Actually, I do need to also empty one of the bottle. In fact, let's empty the 5th one. We'll get a little bit of recovery on top of that and empty it for the purpose of running blue fire. Unfortunately, you do need to have it. You have to have an empty bottle. Ugh. Alright, so there we go. At this point, I can probably take off the hover boots. Actually, when I was doing tests, I basically didn't take them off. I was just saying, like, yeah, let me just run these as they... Yeah, I'll just wait for him to, you know, stop. Yeah, Link is surrounded by that fire, but it will not hurt me. So there's some health, and yeah, just kill him, and the door opens. But I will check the other box, just because I don't remember if there's an item in this or not. Yeah, there's not, unfortunately. But with the double defense, yeah, it only took a quarter of my health away, so... With 20 hearts, yeah, we're fine. Okay, and now we have another puzzle room. Gotta do... Push this, and actually, wait a minute, I can't do this yet. I have to go and get the blue fire again. I forgot I have to have another one. So I used the one to open that barrier, and I used the other one for opening that other section in there. Okay, so now with that, we can get up there. So how you do it is there's another block pushing puzzle. So you push that there, you push this here, and then go in a circle this way. Wait, do you? Hold on. But, oh, okay, but like the... Yeah, like the other ones we had in the ice cavern, if you do make a mistake, it will come back up. Okay, so I need to hit... let's see, okay, I think I push into that. Wait a second. Oh, did I do this wrong? Okay, there is another I mean, no, okay, I can't get that yet. No, I'll come back to that. Alright, so, okay, so what I need to do is push into that. You know what, I'll leave this room just to reset this. And that is one thing I don't think we really emphasized too much in this play. If you ever get into a case like, hey, you make a mistake in a puzzle room, just leave and come back in, everything's set. Okay, alright, okay, now I remember what I did wrong. I pushed the wrong one. I'd push this one in here, and then push that there, and then push that one back. Okay. At that point, also, since I'll have enough time for what's going on, we can also grab the other, what was it? The other that. Alright. They're the ferry. And the timer will stop, by the way, when you use the blue fire, so you don't have to worry about it. And actually, one other thing I also need to do is I need to get the, hammer out. Actually, I'll get the hammer out and I'll get the light arrows just because I'm gonna need that. And then on the way out, I will also get the other fairy. So we'll have max run. Well, mostly max run. The one thing I do have one bottle for is magic potion. So run out of it for the light arrows will be fine. That we're all set. And there is number 5. And for the water temple case, we are going to be seeing our fiance once more. Princess Rudo. Alright, so spell. Hurry up. Yeah, we are. last one is the one for the forest spirit, so that's going to be Saria. Fitting, I guess we're ending on her. She is our friend, and at that point, it's like, yeah, that's going to be the case. But, oh, one thing you do need to do here, almost, I think this is how you run it. Have the Din's Fire and have the fire arrows. And burn the doggy. Yeah, I like how the dog is just swiping at me and nothing's happening. It's like, yeah, he's missing. Yeah, you know, we'll leave the dog alive. Why not? I mean, fine. He's gonna die anyway because of something we're gonna see later, but, yeah, it won't be us. We're gonna do that. Okay, so for this room, we need to have the hover boots, and we do need to have the bombs ready because of the beamless over there. Okay, so we use perspective from the Wind Temple or the Shadow Temple, the fans. Is it to use those to push yourself around to get all of the silver rupees, but you're not on time limit. Also, you can just barely make that if you roll. Or you can use that one right there. Oh, whoa! Okay, that was weird. Okay, I'm glad that I got that caught. It looked like I was climbing into the hover boots, you know, hover thing. That is awesome. Okay, I'm glad that happens. Is that you never know what you're gonna see on this show as far as this some strange shit with a game. Even a game you know well. Whether it's you, chat, or us. Or you, Proterova, or all of us. Okay, so... let that stop. Or, fine, don't let that stop. Okay, that wasn't as funny. It looked like I was gonna maybe fall through that, but alas, no. Okay. Whoa. No, I want... oh no, I want to pick those up. I mean, it's fine, because, I mean, the other thing is, not only do we have the double damage, or the double defense, we also are gonna have a way to recover ourselves really easily near the end. Okay, so, and the one in the air over there, in order to get that, we have to go hit that, switch down there. But I'm gonna hit that after we get this. Let's wait for the fan to stop, grab that, and walk back. It doesn't necessarily show you, but what happens is that it does have the hookshot target. Alright, so now we can go in the door. Alice, with this, I don't think we need these boots on anymore. So we're all set. Okay. And last stop, we're gonna be taking Saria out of her, spirited prison here, I guess. There we go. Alright. Okay, I guess it's not getting stuck in any of them, so yeah, there we go. Alright. The forest berries spelled hurry up songs. Yeah, thank you, Saria, for all of your support. Okay, so, fine, stuck in the orb, but alright, there we go. And with all 6 of them taken care of, we can go in the center. Yeah, this is not that long, honestly, as far as the way the dungeon's running. It's just gonna be more of the final boss, and even that's not super long. Actually, I'm gonna be curious in case we do Majora's Mask, because I don't know necessarily if that's super long as far as, like, how the end game is, because it's been so long since I've actually finished that game. Alright, so with all that set, we are going into the last area. Maybe hear it a little bit on the soundtrack, but there is an organ playing. Actually, I think it's a remix of Aghanim's theme from A Link to the Past, I think. If that's wrong, I'll put an edit here, but yeah, we'll do that one more as we go along. We'll have the Dinalfos again. With the Big Goron Sword, they're gonna be joke. Actually, you know what? For the purpose of that, I think we'll just run Big Goron Sword just because, hey, we went through the work to get it. May as well reap its rewards. Okay, that was weird. You saw that, right? I sliced it as it was doing the jump over, and I don't think it did damage. But yeah, they're dying tonight anyway. That's pretty much the line of this. Alright. But yeah, we do have to unlock the key to get through, and yeah, we have the Stalfos we gotta take care of in terms of that. Alright, Yeah, in fact, I'm definitely going to be using the Big Goron Sword on them, or on this fight now, because actually when I did it on the test play, I'll go into that in just a second. Yeah, in that case, he's done, and we can get our last item for the game. There you go, here's your boss key. So yeah, we can go to where the boss is. And we know who it is, but we were going to see him in just a second. Actually, one thing I'm also going to do is I'm going to change my clothes. I think let's take the, traditional Link look, and also you don't necessarily need to use the mirror shield. It's not really going to help at all that I'm aware of. So yeah, we're going to not use it. And we'll just save, because why not? Alrighty. And with that, we will be able to get going. Okay. Oh, right, I forgot they put the 2 iron knuckles here. But actually, what I'm going to do is, we're going to do something different. Charge our sword up. Yeah! Actually, the easy way to do this from here is just do the spin. The Big Goron Sword, they're going to die in no time. There you go, they're both gone. Alright. So we are going to be set on this boss. And by the way, one other thing also to mention is that if you go into the boss room without full health, you're going to get it anyway, so it doesn't matter. Alright, there we go. There is our boss key, and those are some items in the pots. Let's see what they have over there. Usually something from my magic, because you do need to run magic pretty extensively on a lot of the bosses, or on a lot of the part of this boss, I should say. There we go. And arrows. Yeah, they're giving you the items that you need for a reason, so you're going to be all set. And I also have the green potion as backup. Yeah, there we go. I do love how when we started at the bottom of this, we had the organ music that just faint. You can sort of hear it. And now we're just getting closer, hearing more and more of it. Even the way the light is going. Okay. So this is it. This is where Ganondorf is. We've gone through 4 months of this game in order to get to this point. And what you want to bring in here, you want to bring your light arrows, you want to bring... You can't bring your hook... You can bring your hook shot, that's probably fine. And then the other thing you'll want to use is, well, for now, I think that's really all I need, but what I'm going to do is I'll run the hammer. Alright, and in we go. And there we go. We have the organ playing, and I guess Link isn't pretty impressed. Actually, that is a pretty impressive organ, I'll say that. But yeah, there's a Zelda encased in the crystal like we saw last month. Remember, we have the pieces of the Triforce within all 3 of us. I have the Triforce of Courage. Zelda has the Triforce of Wisdom. And Ganondorf, who's getting his inner fin of the opera on, has the Triforce of Power. And that's where the indication is you get a full health recovery when you come in here. Yeah, apparently that health recovery made him want to stop playing. Triforce parts resonating and combining into one. The 2 Triforce parts that I couldn't capture on that day 7 years ago, I didn't expect they'd be within you 2. And now we're all together at last, and he wants to harness them for his power, and we gotta stop that. And there you go, he's gonna use his Triforce of Power on me. And unfortunately, Navi cannot help me in this case, because of the waves of darkness. Alright, here we go. This is the start of the final battle. This is Ganondorf, the King of Evil. So here's how he operates. First thing he does is he's gonna do that, ground pound, and he's gonna slow the game down something fierce. It's gonna destroy the platforms down there. You can fall down there and get extra items if you need them. Here's how you fight him. He's gonna throw that energy out. Hit Z button and slice, because you do the vertical slash. And if you time it right, and you do have to time it to a certain extent right, hit back at him, but in some cases, I ran into cases, even when I was doing tests, that was sometimes missing with this thing. Yeah, like that. But he'll knock it back, so if you remember the fight we had with Phantom Ganon in the Forest Temple, yeah, that'll be the thing you want to pay attention to and remember. Honestly, he's kind of hard to hit with this, and I was realizing this when I was doing the test, too. Alright. When you get him, hit him with the light arrows. And then run over there with your sword and slice the ever-living hell out of him. And with the big Goron sword, this is not going to take that much time. With the Master Sword, it's going to take longer. And if you stay far enough back, he will not do the ground pound again. So that means that these platforms here will be in line. Or, oh right, he'll do this. Actually, I didn't see this happen on the test play. Yeah, run away. I don't think you can reflect that. Unless, I don't know, Proto, yep. Okay, yeah, and if he hits that, you fall. Which is fine. And that's also why I'm running the hook shot, because if you do that, because you know, while I'm down here, let me see if there's some health. So I'm glad I got to show that power. I forgot he did that. So these can keep coming down here just to get some health if you need it. And some arrows, and magic. In this case, because you're too close, yeah, get out of the way. Yeah, whichever blocks turn green like that are the ones that he will knock down. Alright, so get the sword out, let's do some more. And they call it the light tennis. I think this was the first... Oh, well, okay, fine, it sort of was the first game to do it like this. I mean, Link to the Past sort of had it with Aghanim, but a little differently. Alright. Same deal as before. Come here. Okay, that was really fast. Okay. Damn, okay. I did not expect it was going to go that fast with the big Goron sword. And also, with his hand to his throat, we're going to see a detail that I believe only the 1.0 version of this game has. Maybe the 1.1. I'll check if the 1.1 has this. They edited this out of every other version of this that came out later. The 1.2 editions, and then every other report of this that came out after. Yeah, he's coughing up blood. So yeah, I guess he has a hole in his... Actually, no, he does have a hole in his throat right there, technically, because of the way that the model is looking. But yeah, he coughs up red blood. He does green blood in every other version of the game, aside from this one. Yeah, this game is rated E, and they didn't put the blood tag on the descriptor rating for this until the 3DS version. Yeah, we got him. And with his scream, yeah, he's gonna cause the place to come down all around us. And he's dead. Now with that, we have Zelda back. But yeah, okay. Well, just to give a little bit of a comparison this way, when I did the test play, just because I said, let me just gauge it this way, I said, let me use the Master Sword. I think I had to do about 6 cycles of that. So it is your benefit to use the big Goron Sword if you have it, if you want to make it run faster. Alright, so there we go. Without a strong, righteous mind, Ganondorf couldn't control the power of the gods, and that's what happened. But we're not done yet. And there's this piece of music that actually sounds a little like, it's not the same, also a piece of music from Link to the Past, the cave music, the doot 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 doot. But it's not the same piece of music. It does sound a little similar. Alright, so the power's collapsing, and we gotta get ourselves out. And we need Zelda to help us with this one. I've gotta hurry and escape, and we're running on a time limit. You have 3 minutes. Now, how this works is that there's going to be rocks falling all down. They'll hurt you if they touch you. Also, if you fall, you can't cheese this. It's like, fine, you know, we can make those falls and survive it. Because Zelda has to get out too. Or we'll just fall through it. Just keep running, and what happens is each gate, Zelda's gonna stop by, she's gonna open it. And you can run ahead of her, it's fine. But as soon as you get here, you just have to wait, be right next to her, and the time will stop when she does that open. Hey, Olekverse, good to see you. We are back with the finale of Ocarina of Time tonight. Proterova is by my side, and we're looking forward to continuing this game, or concluding it, and having a little extra, because honestly, we're going to be done with this game much sooner than you might think, much sooner than even I thought. Hope you're doing well, good to see you tonight, and feel free to let us know anything you got going on yourself, game-wise or Zelda-wise, because as I said, we're finishing Ocarina of Time tonight, and 3 weeks are going to start Majora's Mask. And the Crusader's going to be joining me for that one. We are definitely looking forward to starting that game, as well as the other games we've got in the line. Alright. Yeah, in this case, we basically destroyed Ganondorf already using the big Goron sword. Now we just gotta get our way out. Alright, come on. Which is not too bad, except for a couple of areas, and we'll see those in a little bit. I mean, the only thing, I guess, to some degree is that, yeah, when you get to some of these narrow areas, I've had cases where I've kind of run off by accident. Like, yeah, you see how they're going downwards. I finally ordered a replacement Switch. Okay, yeah, I remember you mentioned that you're gonna have that happen for the purpose of, well, a couple things, because, like, hey, you want to have a new one, but also because of, running F-Zero X on the Switch Online plus expansion pack. Yeah, I know, she's in case of fire. So what happens with that is we have the stuff, oh, folks, we gotta kill. And you gotta kill them quick, because when you kill the one, the other one will go, and yeah, we'll also have the way of this game playing on that Switch Online expansion pack case. Well, alright, come on. Actually, I almost timed out when I did my test on this. And actually, I wasn't using the big Goron sword, but here I am. Yeah, thank you, eBay, for that. Yeah, definitely good cases for that, for a lot of gaming stuff for that. Okay, wow, he died really quick. Actually, I think that might have been one hit. I'll say that. And she'll give me hearts, I guess, because of her love for me, feasibly. But yeah, definitely a good case for that, and to be able to kind of get that running, I guess, feasibly faster, or cheaper, maybe, as far as something like that. Yeah, I can definitely thank eBay for a lot of the stuff I've bought for this program, as far as games that chat's requested you as well, and other things. They just sell the tablet. Okay, so in that case, because, and this is the thing with the Switch, because the Switch has usages of all the controllers for it, the Joy-Cons, the classic pads, all those things, all the controller-specific system controllers, I should say. So yeah, if you just have, like, the tablet part of it, just sync everything to it. So in that case, you feasibly save money while also having, you know, the unit running. Only cost me $144. Okay, wow, that is a great deal for sure. For that, given the Switch runs for about 300 bucks. Although I haven't seen cuts to the system recently, to some degree, because, actually, let's get into this then. Because I know that there's been thought that, most recently, like, where the console perspective's running, and the idea that the Switch maybe hasn't been, okay, it's been selling great. It's outsold, I think it outsold the 3DS this week. And that's with tax. Okay, that's even better. Awesome. So, yeah, so you're definitely saving a bundle by playing that way. But with the Switch, the idea, I've seen price cuts on it, sort of, with a lot of retails for like 40 bucks down from what it normally costs at 300. But yeah, that way, yeah, we're talking about, you know, smart shopping. And that's an interesting thing, because, you know what, I'll get into this as we go along. I'll also mention this as far as, you know, cost of this version of the game we're running. The idea of how can you do retro gaming on a budget, or, in the case of Switch, gaming on a budget, and feasibly, that's one way to do it. Like, say, like, hey, if I have the Switch already, I have one that's broken, I just need the tablet so I can, you know, have all the controllers for that link to it, and then do the syncage, and you're all set. So being all set, we're out of the tower, and it's coming down. But we survived. And that was much smoother than my test play, because I think I had 5 seconds left while I was doing that test play, and that was me running the Master Sword specific with it. It has light scratches and missing kickstand, but I'll take it. Yeah, Ed Wack, who I work with, he always is one. We like to tell him about the perspective of his kickstand case. I don't know if they necessarily give replacement kickstands for that system exactly. Switches are becoming rare. Okay, really? I guess because, what, they're not making as many? Or they're... Because, to be fair, that's been a thing with the Switch ever since it came out. The thought that, A, people wanted it, and so it was hard to get, but also feasibly, like, I guess computer chips and things like that, and, I guess, supply shortages. Although, weirdly enough, the Xbox systems have been not running that problem as much recently. Chip shortage. Yeah, that's true. And, I know, Proterova, you've had that question going on a lot recently, but you were able to figure that with some of the stuff you've been running. But that is true, although weirdly enough, I've seen, like, the Xbox Series S and X. I've actually seen the Series S in stores. I'm amazed I've seen it in stores. Despite that, but you're right, because, hey, because of a chip shortage, as far as how that's going to run, because it's, you know, run the system that way, it's causing, like, a bottleneck that way. Especially on a system that people want. I guess with Switches, people still want them. And rightly so, given the stuff that's on it. And also, like, the Switch Online case, at least, well, good news on the F-Zero X, I guess it runs fine even though I was seeing other people saying, like, no, it doesn't. Yeah, but bad news on Kirby Crystal Shards, which came out this week, where there's a game-breaking bug in it that, was not in the N64 version. Which, if remember we played that, too bad I couldn't join you guys last week. Sure, that's no problem. I mean, don't worry about it. Like, hey, if you can't join the show for a week, don't worry about it. The show will still be there, and we'll have the archive of going, as I mentioned that. I think that's before I walk towards what's going on. Actually, no, I'll talk to Zelda. She's like, yeah, what was that sound? Yeah, we'll go to that in a second. That's fine, because, like, hey, we'll have the record of that, and so you get to see it that way, too. But we do appreciate your attendance on the program, and all you and everybody else who comes in adds. So, yeah, we're glad to continue with Sailor Moon of the story while I was getting my ass kicked for the opposite of Senshi, which is why, like, we're gonna level grind, and I'm gonna level grind, so we destroy them. I had family come to town, and we had to spend time. Oh, no, I get that, absolutely. That's definitely a good case to that as well. Alright, but yeah, by coming in here, there's fire. They said, don't worry about that. Anytime that you can't make a show, the YouTube site will have the upload of the program. It was very nice. Yeah, definitely so, and that's definitely a nice case as well. You know, when you're able to have the resting case with family, seeing everybody, you know, having a good time. I had that actually a couple weeks ago. Some people I saw for things. So it does that great case. And it puts into context, like, the idea of, like, something social as far as that. But alright, by coming in here, Ganon is angry. He is alive, or Ganondorf is alive. And yeah, now here is the final boss. I'm glad you had a good time as far as with your family, but alright, here we go. This is Ganon, who is the villain, feasibly, of all the other Zelda games, and is tied with Ganondorf, but yeah, we're getting the Master Sword knocked away. Okay, so... Alright, there's no way he's gonna hold me back again. Let's fight together. Alright, let's. In fact, let's ask him. A giant pig monster. Yeah, which is the idea with Ganon is. Alright, fine. Yeah, Navi? I have no idea what his viewpoint is. Okay, so... Fine, points for effort at least, but yeah, she doesn't know what his weakness is, and same with the other one. Okay, I'll tell you his weaknesses. Here's the other thing. He did knock away the Master Sword, that's not for show. Now, if you don't have the big Goron Sword, yeah, you have to hit his tail, and I'll do that. Now what you do is you go around him and you hit him with the hammer or with the sword I have now. Or you hit him with the light arrows to stun him, and then you do that. In fact, I'll show with the hammer. Yeah. But you can also use the big Goron Sword if you got it. Okay, so feasibly you can use the stump of the Giant's Knife if you want. If, like, you want the challenger on this game, run that. Okay. Also, you can feasibly go around him. Okay, maybe. Okay, no, you can't. I was gonna say, yeah, I know I've hit him with the thing for that. How fitting. Yeah, that's true as far as that with Ganon. I guess that's always been the case with Ganon. I mean, going back to Zelda, the earliest entries of the first one as well, the thought of, okay, everybody talks to Ganon, who is he? And he's a glutton for power. Yeah, actually, that's a great attention to detail. I've never really noticed that. And he's also running the Triforce of Power, so that is a good point to that, which I guess goes to Proterova, we were talking about this whole play, which is the idea of what's the deeper thought of Zelda, the deeper meaning of a lot of the games of this series, but especially this one, and whoa. And also when you get smacked like that, yeah, gluttons are seen as pigs. Yeah, you're right, absolutely. So that is a great thought. Okay, that was a nice dive. Yeah, okay, I hit the fire. Okay, that was my fault. But you're right, like, I like that thought of, like, you know, thinking that way and saying, like, okay, what was the thought of this? And given just how deep the lore of Zelda goes, this game in particular, that's why I want to see something. I want to see if I can hook shot the tail. I don't think it's going to work. You know what? Just because I'm curious, I just want to see.
You can also use DP notes as well.
Oh, you can use deck notes? Okay, guys, let's use everything. Let's use every item. Thank you for letting me know that, Proterova, for that, because I didn't know you could do that. Okay, you use it on... Oh, okay, you can just stun them. Perfect. Alright. So, alright, I'm glad to see that. I'm glad that that's the idea. So, okay, you have a lot of options. So, you know what, feasibly, I guess then what you're saying, like, yeah, we don't even use to use the light arrows here. Yeah. Feasibly, which is good, because I realized when I was doing a test on this. Yeah, I think I sort of got him. It's not as obvious to tell when it happens with him as with some of the other enemies. Also, if you do run out of magic, because I was doing test play, I was just using the, going around him and hitting him method. But if you do let him swipe some of the towers and things over there, there will be items that come out of that, including magic. Yeah, fine, let's run the nut. Yeah, because it looked like he didn't actually have anything happen to him that way. Ooh. Okay, there we go, got him. But we now actually have to go back and get the Master Sword, and we do need this to beat the game. I think.
Yeah, I'm used to
so that's your method. Okay, which and I mentioned this when we played this game.
That's a method.
Well, that's true, but I mean, I like that that's a method, because honestly, the thought is that, oh, wait a minute, it's just going to be, there's one way to fight a boss, and sometimes with Zelda, the thought is that with Zelda, you're going to be playing it, it's like, okay, when you go through a dungeon, you use the item that you use, or get at the dungeon in order to get everything set, but you have a lot of options, and I like the idea that that's it. My should be here around the 28th, so at that point, yeah, you'll be set for some summer gaming, ouch. Running, as far as running on that console, anyway. And we will actually be using the Switch, for show we're running in, 3 weeks. When we do Majora's Mask, we're gonna use the Switch, because that was the one, well, fine, a Switch Online game that runs no problem on that as far as the emulation. And also, it's gonna make it a little easier, because the way that the game's gonna run is that, the Crusader's gonna play the first half of it, and so what we're gonna do is gonna swap off, and it's gonna be easy to do that. And that's also gonna be the around the area of PlayStation Plus Premium, which he's also been very happy of. You know what? I'm gonna use my fairy now. You can use it at any point in battle, or you can use it. It'll use it automatically and die. But yeah, the PlayStation Plus Premium. That is the new service of Sony's for their games side of things, and they have announced this week as far as some of the games they're putting on that. You know, fine, just to complete the perspective, we're going to use the light arrows on him. We did get the good with the Deku Nuts. And, oh, okay, fine, one other thing, I guess a benefit of the Deku Nuts is that you don't have to get into a case where you can be walking. Okay, that was, not good. Alright, there we go. Also, yeah, it looks like he's stunned longer with the light arrows, but, yeah, fair enough. It has its advantages and disadvantages. Yeah, that PlayStation Plus Premium, the Crusader is very happy to hear the potential that one of the games we're doing in October that he's going to lead us through, Shadow Hearts, might be on that, because we heard that the team that made that game, or the company that owns it, Aruze Gaming, they did re-trademark it. So we might be seeing a return of that, and also, one thing I also saw today is the idea that some of the games that they're adding to that, they're going to be potentially adding trophies to them, including, I know they said Siphon Filter when they run that. I might stream the classics. Yeah, and there's definitely going to be some interesting classics there, although one thing as far as the streaming cases, they did say that the only ones that you're going to need to stream are the PlayStation 3 stuff, because the emulation on that system is a hard one for them to run. But I think you could download some of those. But it's just a thought. I mean, you're going to probably have a lot of options for that, based on what they're seeing and also what's rumored. Okay, so Zelda's holding him down, uses the sword to deliver the final blow. I'm going to briefly show that we need to have the Master Sword do this. Or, actually, I guess I'm going to be given the Master Sword now. Look at Link, one more shot to look. Like, yeah, that's my deal. Okay, or they give you the Master Sword by default. Fine, just stab him. And we did it. And yeah, you do see the red blood in this version, whereas all the re-releases after this, you do not. Yeah, but there are going to be some good things to see as far as on that PlayStation Plus premium case, and to get more classic gaming going. I think that's been the case with the Crusader. He's been saying to me, he's like, I want to do Shadow Hearts for the show, and I said, no problem, let's do it. But he's also saying, hey, I'd like re-release of this, even though it doesn't seem likely, and I also want to get people to play this more, because actually, I'll contest this. Lekverse, let me know if you played Shadow Hearts. It was on PlayStation 2. Proterova, I don't think you played it, yes? I didn't either, so I was like, well, it's one I missed, so I want to see what that's like. And like, it's funny, it's him and Chasm22, who I both work with. It's like this great secret they have, and I said basically to them, like, you have this secret, this game that you adore. Games specifically, there's like 3 of them. Okay, there's 3, and then there's a prequel called Kodelka, which was on PlayStation 1. And it's like, you have a secret to share with the world, I want to know about this, and I kind of find it, I think it's an honor, really, for them to be introducing it to us, and that's coming October. But just the idea that, hey, even though I've been playing games, we've been playing games for years, pretty much our entire lives, for the most part, there's still a lot to discover and a lot of unique things to see. It's a vast world, and I love the idea that we can kind of balance that with some of the big titles like this, and also maybe get the perspective of people who might have missed this game, because maybe they had a PlayStation. Like, there's stuff I missed on PlayStation the first time, because I had N64, or having, Ganondorf, spinning all around and saying, yeah, curse us all. Someday when the seal's broken, that's what will exterminate your descendants. And that is actually tying to some later games in the series. Although, at the time of this, they hadn't really had many of them mapped out yet. Because right now, when this game came out in 1998, the thought was, alright, there's gonna be the next one I'm gonna do, which is Majora's Mask. And then after that, some of the other ones. But I don't know if they really had some of those later ones, like Wind Waker and Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword, really thought out that much. Alright, we got him. And the sages sealed him back in the realm, and he is out of our way. With that, here we are, the hero of time. We have made it. Link, real man for sure. Thank you, Sogs. You're welcome. Thanks to us, Ganondorf has been sealed inside the evil realm. We did it. And so in that case, yeah, 21 hours is what it took for the play of this game. Well, give or take, 2021, as far as that. So yeah, not bad. All the tragedies that befallen Hyrule is my doing. Well, although, as we mentioned last month, in her case, I think it was the thought that, okay, she had the idea that made sense, but just as we hinted at the beginning, the idea that Ganondorf knew more than what we thought, or even she thought. And so, like, then he struck. Yeah, she was young and couldn't comprehend the consequences of trying to control the sacred realm, although, as I said, it made sense. Like, it was either trying that or letting Ganondorf cause the trouble on his own. I dragged you into it too, and now I have to make it up. I'm looking forward to playing Jumping Flash again. Yeah, you ever play Jumping Flash?
No.
Yeah, it was a launch game on the PlayStation. Actually, I haven't played it either. It's one that, on the PlayStation itself, costs quite a bit of money. So actually, I'm going to download that probably on the PS3 so we can run that, because it's a first-person platform game. You play as this rabbit creature. I'm trying to remember the name of it. I'll put a picture when we edit this in a few days of what that's looking like. That is a unique one, and it is one that Sony does love re-releasing that, because they released it on PS3. It's on the PlayStation Classic unit, and it's also coming to the PlayStation Plus Premium as well. And that's another one that, as I said, it's one that is very unique and was going with stuff with Sony. I guess what they were really kind of differentiating themselves with at the beginning of PlayStation's life. Because actually, Proterova, when did you have PlayStation? Do you remember? Yeah, 'cause I don't know if you had it before I did. I got it in 2004 and I bought the PS2 and there was plenty of stuff on that. Okay, so you were a little later too. It was on PlayStation 3 where I played it. Okay, which makes sense. Like, hey, you have an option to play it on that, and at this point also, now that you'll have an option to play it on the PlayStation 4 and 5 units. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna give the Ocarina back to Zelda, and because she is the 7th stage, as she mentioned, she'll take us back to our original time. I'm also looking forward to Intelligent Cube. Yeah, that's another one that it's kind of like a weird puzzle game. I don't know if you ever played it. You played that one? It's spelled with a Q. The cube, by the way, is spelled with a Q. It's Q-U-B-E. But it is a unique one. From what I've seen of it, it's one that I know is really, really hard, because it's kind of like a puzzle game. It almost looks a little bit like, another one, PlayStation-wise, Echochrome, which I believe they are putting Echochrome on the PlayStation Classic side, which is good, because it was a download case on PlayStation 3. So there's like the unique thing of puzzle games. We mentioned that a couple weeks ago when we did Warriors Woods. That idea of unique puzzle games that kind of are not like anything else. And actually, when you really think about it, a lot of the stuff with Sony at the time, in some ways isn't like a lot of other things either. And it's interesting kind of seeing that in comparison to what Nintendo and Sega were doing. Although Nintendo and Sega, of course, have their takes of it. We're never going to see that with Sega in 2 weeks when we do Space Channel 5. Alright, but with the Ocarina playing, we're going home. Alright, bye-bye, Zelda. I do love, like, the first-person view there, is like how they're running that, like, me looking as I'm ascending. Thank you so much. Goodbye. Alright, so yeah, we're saying our bye-bye to Zelda. And there we go. We do have our credit sequence. That is The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. We are not done with the show, despite the fact it looks like we're at an hour and 10 minutes and we're done with the game. We got a little more, and it's going to be unique to that. But in the meantime, Proterova, do you want to go into your final thoughts on this game? Whatever you want to say about this game. Any thoughts about it overall, what it means to you, any insights, what you love about it. Have at it. The floor is yours.
I just think there can be a lot of potential for it. Like, it gave sort of a framework for expanding on.
So basically, the idea that
so the theme and I like the theme and I like the layout. And like it was minimalistic, but at the same time it gave a perspective of you had to kind of fill in the blanks in a lot of cases.
Which is unique, because you think that when they go to 3D like this, the thought is going to be, with this technology, we can do stuff with this that we couldn't feasibly do on the NES and the Game Boy and the Super Nintendo. And they definitely do that as far as a lot of the technical stuff, but there's a lot of depth to this. A lot that I gotta thank you, Proterova, for this. First off, for you being on the show for this play, and then also because you really help bring a lot of that out. From your insights, your referencing of others' insights on this game, but also as I said, what you're looking at, and you're saying, like, I'm impressed that there's a lot of depth to this game you can look into and dig into. For something that you feel like, okay, it seems pretty simple on its surface, and surface it is, but there's a lot of interesting underpinnings to it that do make it a unique one, even against other Zelda games, when you really think about it. Even other 3D ones. And I think that's definitely a unique thing with it. And we'll definitely see that in comparison when we do Majora's Mask in a few weeks. But also the idea that, how is that differentiating itself? And I don't know if there's anything else you want to add into that. Feel free.
Nope.
Okay, but well, in my case, I'll say this. This is the first Zelda game I played. I wouldn't say this is my favorite Zelda game of all of them, but as I said, this was a great game, or it is a great game still. It is a game that informed, I think, a lot of the ideas of what would games like this be able to do, what could 3D adventures like this, and think about this also, Nintendo took a massive risk with this game. If they screwed up the 3D transition, we wouldn't get all those other ones. I might say, like, I like some of the other ones more, I might say I like Majora's Mask a little more, but without this game, we would not have any of those other ones. This was a tough thing for them to pull off. They pulled it off, and it's still a great game, and it definitely has this great atmosphere to itself. Great, as you mentioned, and so eloquent in the way you put that, saying just how in-depth it is and how lyrical it is while also still showing. It's show, not tell. Well, it's show and tell, technically, because the thought is like show, not tell, or tell, not show, maybe, as far as an interactive medium in some ways, or very, I guess, visual medium in some ways. In this case, it's kind of a bit of both, and I love the way it's kind of handling that. Also, got a question for you. The Kokiris are out of Kokiri Forest. I guess we're assuming that the Deku Tree lied to them as far as saying they leave, they die. Is there an explanation to that, do you know?
No, maybe it was once true, but it's no longer.
Oh, actually...
Let's assume that the Deku Tree doesn't lie.
Well, actually, no, here's the other thing. You might have actually given the answer to that, potentially, because...
It's a theory.
Well, here's the other theory, because, like, if that's the case, and I like that idea, because remember, we got the Deku Tree sapling, so it's like the next era of Deku Tree. The Deku Tree passed away, and since he passed away, that was the case of the Kokiri not being able to leave the forest, but now he's gone, and they have to basically move on without him. In fact, even right here...
How about blame Ganondorf?
Well...
Ganondorf and his curse.
So, yeah, in that case, it was that idea of, well, I guess, in a sense, freeing them, or I guess, if anything else, really reflecting the idea of what is one of the themes of this game, growing up. And the idea that it was happening with Link, for sure, but it also was happening with the other Kokiri. And this beautiful look out here when they're having their party in, Lon Lon Ranch. I do love just the way that we're kind of going through all of the worlds. But I mean, that is an interesting theory to have. So you could read it a lot of different ways. So right there, you proved exactly what your point is, exactly what your thought is on this game, and why this game. I don't know. Would you say this is your favorite game in the series, or are there other ones you like more?
It's between this and
And those are two great ones to hold on to, for sure. And this, as I said, this is absolutely an important game. For Zelda, for me personally, for us personally, and...
Sorry, Majora Mask fans, but it was a dark game.
Well, that's another case, like, how that's running for... Well, it is a dark game. That's by its nature. That goes to the Roger Ebert perspective of judging not on what it's about, but how it's about it. But then again, I've seen people exactly who said, like, they think it's too dark. So, that's not a wrong perspective. But at the same time, like, there's also the perspective that we're giving both of them the look. As I said, I personally like Majora's Mask better, but as I said... That is not to take away from anything this game did. This game is still a masterpiece. If I'll say this, Majora's Mask probably is just a very slight bit better, but for different reasons than this one. Because you're right, the light tone of this, that is something that is wonderful, and it is still a great game. And yeah, now that you left, I want to ask you, do you have a perspective of, I want your theory then, why she leaves? Is the idea that then, you know, the Deku Tree... She's fulfilled her destiny that way? Or maybe there's explanation in the Hyrule Historia. Yeah, go on to that.
Supposedly the quest is finished. Now we got the never purpose.
Yeah. And I guess also the idea, like, we'll link to that. And that's going to come into play when we do Majora's Mask. We'll start that in a couple of weeks. Because they do specifically make that a point of where the story of that is going.
So let's let Majora's Mask answer that question.
Well, we'll see if it answers it, because it's funny, because it's not necessarily explicit. In some ways, like with this one, you do sort of have to read in between the lines a little bit, but differently. Definitely differently than this one. But alright, yeah, here's our last case, yeah. She's like, yeah, how'd you get past all the guards? Well, yeah, sit down and we'll tell you. It's quite a story, my friends. And I guess with here, the thought is, at this point, yeah, we came back, Link remembers everything that happened, and came back to visit Zelda and said, like, okay, fine, let me tell you everything that Ganondorf's gonna do, and easily put a stop to him. But yeah, as I said, this is a wonderful game, and if you have not played it before, the 1.0 version does cost a bit of money. It's like 60, 70 bucks. People do want to hold on to that because it has elements that are not in any of the other ones. We ran that 1.0 version, so you saw the full run of it at 100%. But it's on Nintendo 64 that way, and you can get the 1.0 and 1.0 or 2 versions. And part 1, we explain exactly what all that is. It also was on the Wii's Virtual Console, where you can't get anymore. It's on the GameCube within the what is it? It came with a Wind Waker as a pre-order bonus. It's Legend of Zelda Collector's Edition set. And it's also on the Wii U until next year, which, by the way, if you have Wii U and you want to get stuff on the store, you have only until Monday to add credit card funds, unless you have your Nintendo account linked with your Switch, and then you can move them across your 3DS and Wii U, because that store's closing. And it's on Switch Online Plus Expansion Pack. They've enhanced the porting of it significantly from when they launched it last year, thank God, because honestly, this is a great game. It definitely deserves that. And it's on 3DS in the 3D edition, which is a terrific one, and the thought is that maybe they'll put it on Switch, maybe. Crochet Nerd's begging, so, like, please put that on Switch. He thinks it's the best version of this game. And what it adds, I get that idea. Yeah, we ran original on this. Did have a good time with it. And I don't know if there's anything else you want to go into with Ocarina of Time to start on this.
I'm good.
Alright, as I mentioned, we're only an hour and 18 minutes in. You're thinking, wait a minute, we just finished Ocarina of Time. We're done with the show. No, we are not done with the show. Let me explain something. So, I knew when we did part 4 last month, I said, okay, we don't have a whole lot on this game left to go. So I said, what are we going to do? Because I was like, I want to at least get a decent enough show, unless there's like, hey, we have a game that runs short, and there's nothing else I can show. We did that with Animaniacs. When I played that, I went through that game in an hour and 15 minutes, and there was nothing else I could feasibly show with it. So at that point, I was like, fine, show's over. But I was like, well, not now, there's not. So I was thinking of something. There's a game that I streamed about a year and a half ago, and I streamed it with my old equipment and my old audio stuff, so it sounded a little different. It was a game that I actually had Proterova in mind for, and actually he was in the chat for it when we played it. And I have the part up for that game up on the YouTube site. It is also a Nintendo 64 game that came out in 1998. It came out about 6 months before. And it's one that, given Proterova's interests in what this is and some of his own elements, I said, we're going to play this game again, and since I have the RetroString 5X for running this, I'm going to be able to switch the game by turning the console off without a problem. By the way, we're on the screen here. This is a Nintendo game, so like a lot of Nintendo games this era, you can't press start and it'll go back to the title screen. You actually have to reset or turn the game off. So, with that, we're going to turn the game off, and I'm going to show you something. I'm going to first show it without any context, because I want to get a sense of people say, like, what the fuck is this? But, alright. And this is going to be the rest of the night. We're going to probably do this for a couple of hours. I mean, we got 4 hours of this game out when I did this a year and a half ago, but this is going to be a little different. There's going to be definitely a lot different on this one. But, alright, let's put the game in. So, yeah, it does show that, yeah, we are running that perspective. I have my Nintendo 64 right up there, turning off Zelda and turning this on. And, alright, let's switch the power. Alright, there's no controller pack in the socket, but don't worry. Alright, let's, yeah.
So what actually gets saved?
We'll go into that in just a second, but I do want to show this without any context.
Okay.
Yes, that is tight as the fuck.
Very strange opening.
A very strange opening I could not show when we played this game the first time, because with my old tech equipment, I was connecting the Nintendo 64 directly into the capture device I use with its composite cables. We're running this video now, but there are resolution changes with that intro of Titus the Fox for Virtual Chess 64. This came out in 1998 for the Nintendo 64. This is the demo. Actually, I didn't even show the demo off, showing the 3D piece play. Yeah, so this is a chess game for the Nintendo 64 from the people who made Superman and Carmageddon 64, but it is a pretty good game, actually, compared to those. In fact, not bad. If you want your chess fix on Nintendo 64, this is not a horrible one. But then again, it's like, well, could you do better? Yeah, feasibly. There's probably some more advanced stuff you could run on the PC, or you could just get yourself a nice chessboard. But hey, for what they're doing, there's something to be said about that. Yeah, what were you gonna say?
Oh, but, you know, a chessboard, you don't have anyone to play with, right? So.
Yeah, I was expecting Superman. Yeah, I mean, as I said, never... Yeah, this is not a case... Well, it's funny. I guess maybe I should have.
Superman 64.
Which is by the same publisher as this, and developer, Titus Software, which is out of France. They are not in business anymore, but... Okay, so... The reason we're playing this, I'll explain this, because, like, wait a second, this doesn't seem like it's going with Zelda. The reason we're doing this is because, well, I showed it off before, I couldn't show that intro, it always bugged me, and so, like, I want to show that intro, because I had to describe when we played it, and I think I said to you, I said, there's this intro of Titus the Fox doing that howling, you're something like, what? I was like, it's just one of those cases, like, what is this? So I explained to you, and you were actually in the chat on that game, so actually, if you go back on the YouTube site and watch that, any of the comments that are coming from that, it were from you, and I appreciated that you were there for that, but as I said, because of, it was at the height of COVID, let's not lie. We could not be in place at the same place, and also our scheduling cases, we're not working in that. He's a big one into chess, I do want to explain that. There's nobody I know who has more of a fandom of chess and more of a skill at it, personally. So I said, alright, I want to add something extra to this Ocarina of Time play since we're going to finish in like an hour. So we're going to be running this game. We're going to have a little bit of interesting stuff with this. But you were asking as far as the save on the controller pack. I have the instruction manual here, which is a short one. On the case of it, I believe they do explain how it runs as far as it. And actually, I was even looking in the instruction manual just to get a sense of, okay, what is this doing? And we'll show some stuff with this. I guess, chat, let us know if you ever played this, or maybe what your interest in chess is, or background with it is. We'll go into it. Okay. So the controller pack, from what the manual is saying, it says you can load a game you're playing. So I guess feasibly the idea is that if you're playing a game and you're like, hey, I gotta leave, I guess, you can pause it and continue it. Or if you've ever seen the Rugrats, there's this one episode where Dee Dee takes the boys to go do her errands because they went and destroyed a chess game that Grandpa was playing by mail for over 15 months, and then they destroyed it in 15 seconds. So, I guess feasibly you could use the controller pack and do a save on it, and that is the only way you can save for this. There's no cartridge save for this. I was never that good at chess. I mean, look, if you go back to that play that we did, I'm not either, honestly. That is Proterova's jurisdiction, so that's why I said I want him in on this one. I want to go over this, and if you're curious about chess or like it, or whatever the case is, there's some interesting things in this game. There's also some weirdness to this, which is one thing I'm going to do. I'm going to debug coding. You put C up, C down, C left, C right, up, down, left, right. That's debug mode, and we're going to go into a little bit of what that's running. You also do have options. I'm not going to totally, say everything I said in that previous playthrough. You run different languages. You can do board in 2D, 3D. There is a 3D battle option. I did show that before. It's basically battle chess or Archon or Star Wars chess, if you've played any of those, that have basically when you take a piece, you see a battle animation. Or, and we're going to see a little bit of this next week with one of the videos that's in the Mirror Treasures 2. Mortal Kombat Deception has chess mode. They have chess combat. And basically at that point, it's like, it's a chess thing where, like, yeah, you have the queen take the rook, and then you have a fight, and then you rip their head off. So it's like, that is your chess experience for that. We don't have that in this game, but it's very weird. Yeah, your 2D view as far as board, which that's what we tend to run when we played it. And actually, I'll answer one other question probably you had. You're saying, like, this has 4-player mode. And you're like, how is 4-player running? Well, you can put on human player for white and black. You can also set games up, which, by the way, what that is, it runs based around the number of controllers that are in your system. I have 3 plugged in. So when you do that, yeah, you have 3 playing at once. So feasibly what you could do is you could have 4 controllers. You could have basically 4 games going at once, 8 players going against each other, or you can set a single player and basically let the single player play, themselves for the purpose of this. So that is your 4-player option in Virtual Chess 64. which is interesting. And yeah, feel free, Proterova, jump in on this any way you want.
Okay.
'Cause actually, I didn't actually show you this because I was trying to look up. Like,
so it's 4 different games.
It's 4 different games going along, and basically what happens is that with the other controllers I'm reaching over for the other controllers to see what's going on. You're basically moving them and then playing specifically. So you know what? Fine, let's play the most.
Yeah, that's misleading.
In what sense?
There is a 4-player chess game, but essentially it's like 4 boards together. And it's actually one game.
What would you think? Oh, 4-player chess, very trippy. Yeah, it is way, but what would you say if you're gonna say like run a 4-player op mode for a chess game? What were you thinking?
It is what I think of 4-player chess. Essentially, think of it like a plus symbol. Where there's essentially, imagine 5 boards and the middle board being like an open area.
Okay.
And there is 4-player chess, but it's this isn't it.
Yeah, I mean,
this is just four games going at once.
Well, okay, I'll say this. I didn't know what this even was, because I've had this game since 1998, I told you that, but I actually had not figured how this was, and honestly, when I played this game with people, which is my brother usually, we just were like going head-to-head each other. I didn't really think, like, I knew there's 4 players, like, oh, that's cool, but what is that?
Or Bug House, which is a variant, which is like you have you and your teammate, and you can exchange pieces. But that's a separate.
No, yeah, I get that, absolutely. See, that's why I'm having him here. He knows all this stuff, and as I said, just get his reaction. I mean, look, I'll say this. I didn't necessarily promise a multiplayer level on a multiplayer mode option in here that was on the level of GoldenEye, which, by the way, is the next game he and I are going to be playing in August to celebrate its 20th anniversary then. But, yeah, okay, it's probably the best 4-player mode that a Titus game has had, but then again, you're comparing that with Superman 64, which does have a 4-player mode to it, and Carmageddon 64, which I think that's 4-player, which is a driving game. You ever play Carmageddon?
No.
On the PC, it's a game where you're running over people. On the N64, Nintendo said, yeah, you've got to cut that down. You want zombies and green blood. So yeah, there's red blood in Ocarina of Time. Not in that game that's running in a mature rating. So yeah, there is your thought. Ocarina of Time is an E for everyone rated game on this system that has red blood, the way we have it, the way we ran it. Yeah, Carmageddon does not have that, and it was a port of the mature rated game. So yeah, point is that you're playing games, but you can run a computer that way. I'm trying explicitly to get the Fool's Mate. And by the way, what we have up there on the top there, yeah, are they gonna, you know, get me with the Fool's Mate? I want to lose this, because I just want to show this weird case. Yeah, you hear that? It's like a music, like a jazz sting, or something that was out of Sonic Adventure, that you're running for that, and so that case, like, yeah, I did that specifically, just to, you know, intentionally lose.
Very strange for chess.
It's a very strange one as far as it, but fine, we'll run the old way, the normal way, the sort of normal way, and I guess, so, sorry, that is what multiplayer, oh, fine, multiplayer, quote-unquote, is. It's weird, though. It's like, yeah, that's what it looks like, and as far as what the debug mode offers, we'll get into that in a little bit, but one thing I do want to do quickly is, music's very weird, it's very Animal Crossing-like. I'm turning to 2. Actually, I do like 2 music, sort of. And here are the difficulties. Do you want to tell the story on the difficulty options of this, which I didn't completely know when we played this the first time?
Apparently, it is the 2 beginners, they make random mistakes occasionally. The rest apparently do not. And I get the impression that the level 1 really isn't a beginner level. Okay.
Do you want to elaborate on that? And for that matter, we'll go on.
I guess you can hint to me and I can show.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's the other thing.
Assuming chat wants to suffer through this.
Well, no, look, chat.
Okay.
Don't take this the wrong way, chat. Chat will put up with any random bullshit we do on this program.
Okay.
They're fine with it. Because as I said, here's the thing about this show. As I said, sometimes you said to me, like, can you get away with showing a game like this? Because, like, who's gonna care about this? To which I say, there are actually more views on the Virtual Chess Play on the YouTube site than you would think, number 1. And number 2, I wanted to say that let's show something different that people don't know. Like, people don't know this game. When it comes to the Nintendo 64, people think, like, the hell is this? They don't think this exists. It's also dirt cheap, by the way. It's like $20, if that. So it's not one of those cases where it's something that's rare as far as out of place and then nobody knows. So points, chat will be fine with this. They're gonna like this, and it's a discussion program. We can go into this, and you can bring your input to it.
Disclaimer: I teach chess part-time, so
which makes you the perfect person to play this.
So anyway, let's see. So so what's the level? Let's make sure we're on level 1.
Yeah, that's the weird thing also, because when he's going through the
pretty much, like, you want to control the center, and develop your pieces.
Yeah. So also consider this a free crash course as far as chess, a free test lesson from an expert. Well, fine, an expert I know as far as I'm like, hey, I wouldn't trust anybody else with this game but you.
So I'm just making probably pretty standard moves just to show the concept.
And I guess also to show the things the AI, because I mean, I am fascinated by some of the things that have happened with the AI in this. And also at some point, whenever you're wanting me to, I'll explain what's going on with the debug mode that we entered. Like, what is it doing with those number crunches? What is that notation up there as far as how this game is running it?
Yeah, the notation seems a bit odd.
I mean, as I said, maybe it's like a European notation.
Yeah, maybe.
The only reason I'm thinking that is because I said Titus was a French company. They're no longer in business. But when they made this game, and I said this when we played this the first time, the idea that the claim to fame on this thing was, we're running this chess engine that we put against IBM's Deep Blue, and that we fine-tuned in 2 games on the PC, which was the third and last one. And so that was, I think, where they're coming to it, specifically. So they wanted to kind of crunch this thing specifically, or as you mentioned, give like a bit of an alternative to people when it came to something chess-wise on their Nintendo consoles.
So, from a crash course perspective, you want to develop your pieces just like any strategy game. You want to, you want your whole army there, not just a foot soldier walking into battle.
Yep.
Alone, scared and alone, and with a stick, waving at the enemy.
Or feasibly, any of you fans of The Trooper by Iron Maiden. I'll link to that because it's amazing. It's a great metal album from them that actually is tied into World War One.
Okay.
Yeah. They just
the other metaphor that I've heard a lot is from boxing. You want to have your foot grounded before you throw a punch.
And we actually did boxing sort of in November with Fight Night 3.
So you want to prepare a time. The way you do that is you develop your pieces, and that sort of means that you want your pieces in an ideal situation and not just sitting in the back rank.
All right.
Pretty straightforward.
Yep.
So we have concepts like pins, which is like, if this piece moves, then I take this piece. Okay. So I assume there's, if you're sitting through this, then you know what the pieces are. So we know that a queen is worth more than, say, a bishop.
Yeah, and
so obviously it'd be pinned, because if it moves, the queen gets taken. So we win. And
that's the thought anyway.
In theory. And likewise, obviously I can't move the knight because it's illegal to put yourself in check, but same goes for their bishop. And so we actually want them to actually take us. We probably want to take the pawn. So our rook gets this half-open file to attack this pawn. And also, if we have a pawn there, then it guards that vital square, which is a natural position for the knight. Because, to put this into game terms, I jokingly say, it's like the knight being in the center is like Kefka's Hand of God, was it?
I think so, for Final Fantasy VI.
Yeah.
Honestly, in some ways you might be more of...
Is it Hand of God?
Maybe so, but that's the other thing, Chad. If we're wrong, let me know, or in a couple days I'll put the edit in here. I'll put a picture of Kefka here, so it's like, it'll be fun to watch afterward. Just like, first off, what stream of Zelda that we're finishing Zelda off is going to go to a chess game after that? And also, what other one is going to have Kefka for Final Fantasy VI? With a picture right here that I'm specifically saying right here in this dialogue now is going to show, hey guys. Yeah, that is the beauty of this program.
So, if you're ever intimidated by chess positions and you want to compare that to, to being terrorized than FF6 because Kefka's a crazy guy.
Oh yeah, that is an understatement, but we love him for it.
Okay, so let's see. So now we have to choose which way we castle.
Okay.
So we're gonna be very brave, and there's two options. Either we can play safe and castle king side, which is over here, or we can take one extra turn and we can castle on the queen side, which is the far side, hence the queen.
What? How you want to play this?
And so there's two schools of thought. One is if you play real casual, defensively, you want to move, you want to castle to the king side.
Mm-hmm.
There's different thoughts in this, but generally, that's sort of what it is in a nutshell. And so I want to attack on the king side, so therefore I want to push my pawns from the on this side, so therefore I don't want to have my king there.
Absolutely.
Because then I have weaknesses there. So what we're gonna do is, let's see, we are going to let's see. All right, let's go there first. Ignore the pin. Okay, they're trying to get their bishop out. Cool. And then we're gonna get out of this pin. And yep. All right. Now, unfortunately, they're weakening our pawn structure, but we do get that square back. Wow, if they take me, I have tripled pawns.
Yeah, the question though is going to be on the AI in this game because, given how weird it sometimes is, we mentioned when we did Warriors Woods a couple weeks ago, the idea that the difficulty is more on which level you start at in that game. In this game, it's kind of weird as far as like how is this going to be necessarily catering to a beginner, as much as the thought is that hey it is, or they're saying it is. Anyway.
Like just from pure basics, like you teach someone like after their second or third lesson, essentially the computer is following all the basic guidelines right now, and I think that's kind of unfair for a level 1.
Right.
I think it's a little bit. That's a little much.
Which is weird because, as I said, I assumed.
And there's no other. And even the beginner level is, they'll make mistakes, but they'll still play solid moves. So there's no true beginner mode, even when compared to, say, the Chess Master series, that tends to. It has beginner levels. They're difficult, but they're doable, and at least during this time period, that was the go-to series for competitive chess.
Yeah, and it was going for years too.
And so depending on the year, it may have been one of the top chess programs at the competitive level, and they still had a beginner mode.
Yeah, that was the 6000 version, which was the then recent one on the PC, because it was 1998 for this one. It was 6000 on the PC, but there were a bunch that came out on console, but that was the chess franchise du jour of gaming at the time. And that's the other thing about this program, us going into this, because, hey, we're going to give the history of all this. We're getting in the guts of it. So
yeah, I think in the later 90s, the Chess Master series, I think it lost its title, but I think in the 80s and early 90s, I think the Chess Master series had the, at least for the, I don't know about supercomputer level, but at the commercial level, it was considered the highest rated chess program.
And it's the one you played. You started with Chess Master.
I started 2000. I'm not sure if that did have a if that was considered the best for its time. I have seen links, and if someone wants, I could probably find links by year for the for the top rated ones, but
yeah, I'll look into
that is a bit in the technical side.
Well, as I said, here's the other thing, just to go into this, because what have we done this entire play, and a lot of the plays we do, we'll put a link list in place to get a sense of things, so we'll trace that back. We're going into this. Hi, Dolly Finn, good to see you tonight. We finished Ocarina of Time already. You're saying, like, what the hell are we playing? We're playing virtual chess on the N64, which I played already a couple years ago, but because Proterova is the chess expert, I said, let's go into this specifically. He was in the chat on that game when we played it, but with the better tech and with the weird video of Titus the Fox doing a howl that I couldn't show for technical reasons before. There you go. Looks cool. Well, it's unique, definitely, for sure. And
cool?
Well,
I wouldn't describe it as cool, but okay.
Well, I mean, as I said, because it's filling a niche. I love chess. Okay, so Dollyfin has a perspective on that, but I mean, see, that's what I'm telling you. The idea that, there's going to be that perspective is that this is a niche product for Nintendo 64, clearly, but at the same time, it's filling that. And that's why I bought this when it came out. It was like $50 when it came out. And we'll show a little bit more as far as it, but that's kind of what fascinated me. I think some of the stuff it offered, as far as something like this.
Well, there was StarCraft and what was it? Command and Conquer on consoles, even though those were considered the the PC hardcore audience at the time.
Yeah, they were both on N64 actually. In fact, the StarCraft game is actually kind of expensive. It's only almost $100. Do you play against each other? Yeah, we showed earlier there is head-to-head. You can also play against computers.
Actually, could we play?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
I mean,
sure.
do you want to continue your game and then we can head-to-head and kick my ass? Because that's what's gonna be happening.
I'll at least try to explain, but I won't kick his ass too much because then he won't he won't return as fast on the next week, right?
Oh, I mean,
he'll be slow to return.
Well, no, I mean, you're saying what as far as what we're doing next week?
I'm making a joke.
Yeah. No, it's actually.
Okay, so.
Well, also, it's something totally different playing next week. And next week we're doing a lot of things. We're doing 20 different things with the games we're playing next week. But yeah, sure, go ahead.
All right, so yeah, we'll do that afterwards. Good idea though. So I want to remove my bishop back. I'm hoping he takes. So I don't have the isolated pawn on the back. So it joins its group.
Yeah, by the way, Dolphins, just joining us, we do have the debug mode on, so there's notation in, I guess, European perspective at the top, and then, you know what, I do want to get a perspective of this, because I did get a perspective. This is fascinating when you and I were doing the test on this, of what we're finding out, and also because, like, what is this actually meaning? Yeah, because I think at the bottom there, it's doing a number crunch as far as how the AI is going. At the bottom, the first number is how long it takes the AI to move. The second is the variable of the move set number that I referenced previously, and it's set, if there's a negative in front of that last decimal number, it means as far as does the player have an advantage or not. If it's minus, it means the player has an advantage, but it's positive, the computer does.
Okay, so we have a very aggressive pawn move, probably trying to get rid of, that pawn to essentially challenge this center square, which obviously targets my queen, and I don't like that. As I was joking, since Dollyfin joined in earlier, knights are very strong in the middle. I reference Kefka.
Yeah,
and his tower and his lightning beam to destroy towns.
There's we do need to do something with Final Fantasy. I don't know which one we're going to start with.
Yeah,
we start with that one, but might be a good one to start with.
Alright, so that pawn is very, very unfriendly right now. So I have to figure out, see if they move it down, I would take it, and then, let's see, so I guess I'd have to take, and then they would have the knight. I'd have the knight to deal with. Yeah, so basically I want to keep this as closed as possible because my king is on this side, and yeah, king good. So let's see if we can. So they're gonna have attack on that side. Let's see. We're probably gonna have an attack on. Let's go with, maybe we can challenge let's... Okay. Right. Oh, I see. Trying to trap my bishop. That. Going to... Is it A4? Basically... basically traps the bishop, minus I can trade. So it sounds like they don't want to trade on my terms. But if I take the pawn, if I take the bishop, then they have a central pawn which guards that square, which I can't control. But yeah, so I have a very weak side here, and I have to kind of be careful on how I go about that. Let's see. So in terms of safety, I think we're just gonna have to trade. Okay, and unfortunately, I'm giving it's a safe square for the king to run if it's ever an issue. And next,
I do love how you're kind of going through all of this. I mean, because it said, jumping on, Proterova indicated that, hey, he does teaching for this. So the idea, like, kind of going through the mechanisms, and then that way it's been fascinating with you, you know, playing this game. Because actually, it's interesting. There are 3 games that we were running sort of as far as, like, our practice stuff. Zelda, because, like, okay, there's that. GoldenEye, because we're doing that in 3 months. And then also this one. And it's interesting with this game, it's like, yeah, I want to take a look at this. I want to put this to the test. And the idea is like, yeah, we ended up playing for like 2.5, 3 hours last night.
Alright, so, you know, sidestepping that pin, so now, you know, knight can move. I gave up that square for the knight, which is why generally you don't want to move too many pawns out, especially in the early game, because, you know, you create weaknesses. Obviously, I have extra defense with the bishop, but I also weaken this square as well. So, you know, it's things you have to sort of consider while playing, and
well, it's a lot to consider, but I like the idea, as I said, that you're going into this because, as I said, look, I'll admit this. When I played it the first time when we showed this a couple years ago, I kind of, look, I was coming to a different perspective. I mean, you teach this, for God's sake, so you clearly have that idea of, like, how that's running, but I like the idea that understanding exactly, because they call this the grand game. That's the idea of what chess tends to be referred to. And in some ways, it's something you think, well, it's just a board game. How much is there to it? But then you realize, no,
it's not
lots.
just a board game.
No, it is not. Absolutely not. I never agreed with that perspective. Man, I get completely why you love it. Other people would love it, and of course, the fascination. In fact, actually, the reason we played it initially was because I saw the Queen's Gambit, which was on Netflix. At the time it had just come out. You had seen it. You was like, hey, this is something of interest. And when you said, like, who was involved with that, I was like, let me see this. And it's amazing. And then actually, right after I saw it, I was like, we're playing this game. So in that way, that was interesting.
I'm going to try to just sort of strangle them a bit.
Right,
or at least the knight. Okay, so they're challenging the center. So if I attack a flank, they attack the center. And generally you want to, you know, count them. Simple for piece trades, you want to count up the number of pieces that are attacking a piece, especially if you're, you know, a beginner. So we have 1, we have 2, and looks like I have 1. This pawn is defending that. So let's see, that's so I have 1 defender, they have 2 attackers. So, which means I have to, basically, you know, that pawn is basically in danger. And obviously, if I take back, then this queen is sort of exposed to this, what would be an open diagonal. Ideally, they are going to see, so take the pawn, I take back. They're going to take back with the knight, and that's going to cause a fork on this pawn and the queen. Oh, never mind. Then they would drop the queen, because the knight is the only thing defending.
Yeah.
So maybe they'd want to probably trade queens, get rid of that, then take the pawn, which, you know, I'd be losing a pawn out of that. It'd be attacking the now rook, and that pawn. So they would essentially get an initiative. So it would be, so you want to go pick the most forcing move. You want to give your opponent the least amount of options, and also it helps because if you give your opponent less options, you have more. You don't have to worry about as many variables. You don't have to go through the 60 quintillion options of moves.
Sure, which this game
narrow it down.
This game feasibly can do that when you put it on its highest difficulty, where it takes. I think we did the test on this. I think it took almost like 10 minutes to do one move, or is still waiting to do one move to that for it. But yeah, good point. I guess quick question to you: when you personally play it, do you tend to play aggressively? How's your style in this case? Is it like this, the way you're running this now?
The way I play is probably pretty foundational.
Okay.
I generally don't. For like really aggressive play, you have to know like the lines. You have to know the variations very well.
Okay.
And there's a lot of room for mistakes. So I generally play pretty solid and safe, and just try to follow, general principles.
Okay.
But that's me personally.
So is it fair enough to say that it's kind of it's a middle ground between? I guess basically what you're doing right now. You're reading the situation of where you're at currently with this move. So it's not necessarily that you're going to be necessarily super aggressive, but not necessarily something you're going to necessarily be defensive unless you have to be.
Yeah.
Is that fair to say?
I would say positional is probably the best word. Like.
So you're basically focusing on where the positions are.
If you're too passive, you can essentially run into spaces to go.
Yeah.
But if you're too aggressive, like the boxing metaphor, you're punching with your feet in place, and you're gonna fall over and hurt yourself.
You're gonna weaken yourself that way.
So let's see. So my options here. If I take the knight, for instance, usually it's ill-advised to take. They're obviously worth the same amount of value, and bishops are better in more open positions, so you have more space to move. That's what an open position is. And knights are better in closed positions, or in key squares and key holes, such as this could potentially be. But we shall see.
However, this AI will see, definitely, for sure.
Yeah. So ideally, you don't want to develop your own. You want to try to prevent your opponent from having more options. So therefore, a lot of people just I guess take the knight. There could be some benefits to it. No more defense of the queen, for instance. And so it's called removing the defender.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't really see unless chat sees a way to win the queen.
Mm-hmm.
I do not at the moment. Other than that would be the only real justification. They're not going to take it the pawn. They're probably going to take it the rook, because that makes this rook a lot better. It now has option to move this whole area. So we're going to keep the position a little more closed. And I also want to have my pawns not blocking my bishop. So we want to put this in a light square, and also extra defense on that square of the pawn, so the knight doesn't have to get it. So we're gonna try to keep the position a bit more closed.
Fair enough to that. Yeah, if you make Dolphins asked a question. If you make the same moves each game, does the opponent make the same moves? No, absolutely not. We want to talk about that?
They don't.
Oh, I don't think they do, because
we can test that.
Well, at least I don't think they do.
They'll probably make book moves. They'll probably make. I'm assuming if there's any book moves that are pre-programmed, they'll probably they'll probably play those.
Okay, yeah, I'm back. Okay, so welcome back to, what we're basically doing is we're giving a little bit of a crash course, and the other thing we're gonna do is we're gonna have a match, because this is also different than we played it before. But yeah, to answer the question as far as the same moves case, okay, they might feasibly as far as the way the difficulties work, because there's 14 of them. Thank you, no problem. But the thing about this is that there are 2 difficulties at the top of it, which are the beginner levels. Well, fine, in name they are, but the idea is they'll randomly do a stupid move. They call it artificial stupidity, and there's other chess engines that do this. But this one, I think, was one of the earlier ones that was having an elegance like that, I think, to a certain extent. Or an indication of that, I should say. But even then, which we found when we're doing our test of this, it seems as if the game sometimes is going to still make smart, but it's going to be, we think, dynamic based around it. So I guess to answer the question of are they going to make the same moves, on the beginner 1 and 2 level, depending on your running, maybe not. If you're running on the higher ones, maybe they will.
I'm guessing it's just how games are programmed.
Okay.
They're probably gonna play book moves.
Yeah.
But
okay.
They'll make the same moves because they're like proven good moves.
Right. I think also the other thing is because this has been fascinating to me anyway, to watch the idea like in some ways this game is seemingly. I know when we played this, your initial question like, how advanced could a game like this on the system really be, and also like what's it really going to do? It seems like you have been, and it's a fascinating thing, like to be surprised by what is this game doing and how, but also making me understand it as far as how it's running specifically.
Yeah.
So in that case, it's been a fascinating thing.
I guess like what I'm seeing is it feels like there's no true beginner level, which for a system, for a chess game on the 64 seems a bit, I guess, odd.
Yeah.
When even Chess Master 2000, it has a beginner level.
Yeah, that was 1991, whereas this was 7 years after that.
Yeah. So let's see. So let's see. Do we have a move from anyone in chat?
I don't know. I mean, yeah. Feel free to read the board potentials of this, or add into the discussion as well. We can keep it going. That's the beautiful thing. It's like, look, no game is off limits to the show. It's like nobody feasibly would touch this game feasibly. It's like, but I'm saying like, no, we're gonna. It's like if this is something that you want to see, we'll do it. And it's like that's also why I wanted you on this. So I always felt like, as I said, when we played this, you were chatting on that, but I said like it felt like it was unfinished business. Like I think we need to do something with this. And since we had the the extra stuff going on after Ocarina of Time was done, I feel like this is the perfect time. And also feasibly, also in this case, practicing for you, commentating feasibly to this and playing this game as well for us, because just to let you know, he'll be back on the show in a couple months when we do GoldenEye, because we're going to be celebrating its 25th anniversary. We're going to be alternating between it. He'll be playing parts of it, and I'm going to be playing parts of it. And he'll be playing Lunar, Silver Star Story Complete, as far as the RPGs next year. So the idea is, like, that perspective, I think you've been doing a great job with it. So yeah, feel free to, what are you thinking? Actually, well, I guess, fine, I'll answer your question then in that case.
I'm just wondering.
Okay, I'll take a read on top of this. Yeah, as far as chat's concerned, yeah, feel free to jump in on this or into anything else.
Like, so the middle game is usually the hardest part.
Yeah, I've seen that.
There's a lot of, that's where sort of, you have your strategy. So at the beginning, there's a lot of book moves. There's pretty much proven, like, best moves. Like, there could be options.
Yeah.
But they're generally pretty solid, and, a lot of people play them.
Yeah, true.
But when you get to the middle game, that's when you are more reliant on your own understanding of the position and your own skills. So,
yeah.
So it's like you can't, there's just too many. Minus computers, you can't prove chess. There's just too much variation. And so it's better to look at it from a like theory base. So what I'm seeing initially.
I was gonna say the knight, but I don't, because I guess it's gonna put a threat on the white knight to move to so basically H2 to G4,
yeah.
And the thought that that's going to put pressure potentially on the knight of there.
Yep, that's what I'm thinking.
That was what you're thinking? Okay.
Because I want to push this pawn forward and essentially create an attack. And they have two options: either to take it, or to essentially create an umbrella, which is essentially they move this pawn forward.
Okay.
But however, that's going to create a weakness for the rest of the game, essentially on this square, which is where the king is.
Right.
So if I can get a pawn there, I can have that. That's a very strong point for the rest of the game. So usually moving your pawns out in front of your king is dangerous, but if I'm able to get it that far, they have no choice. In addition to, if they decide to take it, which would probably be ill-advised, I'd put the other rook behind this and then march the pawn down, and continue the attack. So they want to keep this as closed as possible, and so therefore taking the pawn would be bad. In addition to it, have the bishop here.
Okay, so let me just quickly ask one thing, which is that I guess the thought is you're going to be moving the knight, but here's the thing, because to go back to what Dolly Finn was asking, based on what you've seen of this AI and this engine, admittingly over only a couple of hours of playing this, what would you expect them to do based upon how this engine runs?
Okay.
Would you expect them to take your knight then when you move that? I don't know if they would, based upon how this game has been running, or how we've seen it, because honestly, as I said, you've helped me understand, like, the method to the madness of the AI of this game.
It does, the drawback is, it does weaken this pawn, but there's only one other attacker.
Okay.
So once the knight is gone, in addition to, it's like, I have this pawn chain. That's what this is called when they're connected, like that. When they're helping each other, it's called a pawn chain. But I also form essentially a new one. I do have a double pawns, which is when two pawns are basically in the same on the same vertical, basically.
Okay.
What is it, rank or file or something?
I think file.
File, okay.
I think. If that's wrong, I'll put an edit here saying I'm wrong. It's something else. Which is also the benefit.
But yeah, and that would sort of weaken this rook to some extent. But I'm removing essentially a defender of that. The other option, which seems a bit more defensive, is to bring my bishop back to now get this hole that's been created by them pushing the pawns too far.
Okay.
But I would say I don't want to allow them too much time.
I was just saying I would think
to be pushing these. So I think we'll go.
Yeah, we'll see what they do.
We'll go this.
We'll see if that's what they expect. Okay, they took it.
Okay, they took it.
Would you say that would be the expected move, or?
I would say it's expected. Yeah.
Okay, I mean. All right, so I guess we're kind of maybe getting the sense of what we'd necessarily see. Okay, so in that case, it's gone.
Okay, and let's see. So if I take, they're probably gonna trade queens at this. Their king is more safe, so I think the computer is trying to essentially win, basically a late game, trade down pieces, and they have these pawns that they're advancing a rook down this open file to target my king late game, and
These we get into a promotion case maybe, depending on how they play.
I think, let's see, what does the evaluation say?
The evaluation
there says that black is winning by 1.5 pawns.
Also, the other thing is you hit the C left button. It will show also left. The. Oh no, sorry. C.
Classic modes. Nice.
Yeah, you're right. You I didn't show that actually before we played it. You can basically C up. Yeah, because on C up you can switch to C up. So, or in that case, and then you can also show what the debug option is. There's also the clock, by the way. So yeah, because that's where the indicator as far as like that advantage, but it also will show. Okay, yeah, because I knew we had an option to show the debug stuff and then also the indicator.
Okay, so Yeah, so they say black is winning. Makes sense overall. Black is more active. Obviously, they have this rook it's very strong. They have these pawns. They're marching around the board, attacking my king side. And I do have these 2 pawns as well. Actually, I'm not 100% convinced. Let's see. Okay.
You mean of how you want to handle this?
It's a little. I would say it's pretty close to even. So yeah, I guess it says black is slightly stronger. Let's see.
Yeah, but as we also saw, I think when we're doing the test on this, I think you especially think this more than me. I don't know necessarily how accurate this seems to tend to be compared to other chess programs, other chess engines. I mean, feeling like this was 1998, but still, sometimes you were saying like, hey, it says that black is winning in a case where it doesn't seem like they are. So that's always been a weird one.
Well, it's based on the engine.
Okay. And by the way, when you hear that woot woot, that doesn't mean you're in a check case, but
So let's see.
So yeah, I think you called it. He's wanting to do a queen trade.
Yeah, that was my impression. Okay, so look, he claims that was considered
not great based upon
yeah, it lost half a pawn advantage by trading.
Okay.
Which is bizarre because I thought that was the correct move. Probably because it strengthens my rook, and gives my my king sort of a way to run. Okay, well, obviously I have to take it. Oh, I could have taken the bishop, but actually I think rook is better anyway.
Yeah, honestly, the way I've seen you run some of this stuff, I get the sense that look, if you're in a case like this, running your rooks probably seems like a good idea. It seems like that's been bringing you to pretty good success with this, considering.
Okay, so they're advancing their pawns as expected. I can remove this pawn weakness. They're doubled. However, let's see. Though that pawn does guard the square, but there's except for the bishop. There's not much I can do to defend that, and I don't have the time to get the bishop there. And I probably can't push the pawn and hold it. It's too much of a liability.
Right.
So we'll trade. Okay. And now...
Yeah, it seems like it's almost evening out now. So I guess apparently saying like that was something that wasn't helping them. But as I said, how reliable is that really? Yeah. And because of how you're explaining some of these things, both here and then when we did this before we streamed tonight, I'm not trusting myself either, exactly.
And interesting, if the knight were gone, like if I could even like sacrifice my knight or just get rid of that knight there, I have this bishop fork, which is attacking 2 pieces at once.
Yeah.
Only one can move. Unfortunately, the knight is guarding the square, and I have a pawn that is under some threat, which is blocking 2 pass pawns. And my options are either protect the rook and then be more passive, or I can be more fluid and just accept that pawn's a goner, and I think so if they take that one, then this is the next pawn to fall. So it's not just this one, it's also that one. Okay. Now that's a little more of a problem though. So it's like my whole position sort of falls. But if I say go there, then I'm kind of like locked down, and I'm gonna have trouble pushing this pawn because I want it protected by the rook.
And as you said, this kind of is going what you're saying, like how do you play procedurally? This is kind of you're demonstrating that specifically to that, which is a good way to run it, and I like that. I appreciate you doing that.
Yes. So. So in that case, basically if I claim I can't really defend this, and these two pawns are going to die, I need something. I need sort of a counterattack. I need a way. I need attack of my own, and obviously the most obvious is this, which obviously they can defend by moving the rook there, but the same problem for them. And if I were the computer, I would just ignore it and just take. Of course, this is a double pawn, so it's probably not as valuable. But let's see. So if I go there, I lose a pawn. I take a pawn. I lose a second pawn, and I'm down to exchange of one pawn.
Okay.
But what are my other options?
Honestly, what I saw, is that I'm just looking as far as this, because, hey, that's what you have to do, and that's a fair point to this. I was thinking, like, yeah, you're right, moving the rook up to C7. By the way, just to go into this, the way, when you have the debug mode, it does sort of block what the notation is, so C, D, E, and F are blocked by that box, so, yeah, maybe question on how they did the design of this, although, to be fair, like, the way they're running this, like, well, okay, fine. Maybe they had to put it somewhere. It's like, fine, it's better than putting it over the board itself, and since it is Titus who made Superman and Carmageddon 64, you might think, like, they would have made a mistake like that. I thought that, as I said, this is kind of something that they were proud of as far as this, so in that case, yeah, that's probably the best game they made on this system.
Alright, chat, any strong players?
I would say, well, fine, of what I'm saying, I would say, I think your option with the rook is probably the best run.
Oh, wait. You know what? I think I'll go.
Oh, with this one?
It's passive, but, again, I'll be down a pawn. And I always have that attack, later on, so okay. I think I'll go there. Oh, no. Okay. So now my rook now I just have to run a bit. Because that is checkmate.
Would you say that was an expected move from the computer on this one?
I didn't actually calculate that.
Okay.
But again, I'm thinking in terms of time.
Okay.
So I go there, check. I go there. Oh. Wait. Oh, but then they don't have the attack on the pawn anymore because the rook is down there. Okay, so let's see. Any other defense for it? Nope. Okay. Okay. I think that. Oh, it claims it's an advantage, but I'm not 100% sure.
We'll see. Is that if nothing else, you're also helping put this AI to the tests, which I appreciate that. I really do, because as I said, it's kind of going into that. And as I said, I don't know necessarily, I said this to you off screen, I don't know necessarily how much has been documented on this. Look, maybe we don't know, I don't know the people who made this game. I don't know if anybody who's made this game is going to look at this and say, like, hey, this is how we did it. That'd be interesting if, like, we put this on the YouTube site and that happens, but if nothing else, we like getting into the guts of gaming, and even a game like chess to that degree, so in that case, I appreciate
So what I said earlier was, it was passive, and now they're using their passivity against me.
Right.
They have that strong knight, Obviously, I still have to defend my rook, which, let's see. So my theory is basically I can hold this down. It's the one sec. So okay, so if I go there, there's this check, and then I'm wondering if I actually lose a rook out of this.
I mean, as I said, we also have to be predicting what the AI is doing, especially the AI in this game.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if trying to defend this pawn was actually the wrong move. Like I said, too passive, because here, if I move my king and I only have one square that can defend the rook, then he puts me in check. And then I have to move my king off the protection of the rook. He takes the rook. Yeah. So I think I'm down a rook.
Okay.
Oh, the evaluation says it's 1 point.
A4.
Yeah. So am I missing something?
Well, I mean, I guess maybe the idea is that fine, when you move, you'll see it, but.
Well,
And by the way, that's a code we put in, by the way, just to be sure to this now.
Okay, so I thought that was the only move, but apparently, yeah, that just I was right on that. Okay, so now I just straight up lose a rook. Okay, you know what? I'm actually kind of curious on the evaluation. It's like it just saw that move.
Mm-hmm.
Because I believe that the king over here was my only move, and it jumped up from 1 to 6 now.
I believe that's kind of how the debug mode operates as far as how it's seeing the advantage.
So I think it actually misjudged the position, and it's just like, oh look, free rook. I guess in the interest of time, we're just gonna accept losing.
Well, I said here's the other thing, because we're gonna do 2-player anyway. Because and I'm glad we're doing that, because as I said, it is something different than how we showed it last. And I said that also means like, can we get away with showing the same game more than once? And the answer is yes, because this is different than how we played it first time.
Right.
And hey, like, look, the point also as far as chess, as far as the concept is like, you want to play against somebody. I mean, look, you play against a computer for sure to hone your skills, and also like, hey, you want to do it. But there's nothing like playing against another opponent. That's the whole idea.
Oh wow, nice. Okay.
Yeah, 666, the number of the beast. Yeah, going with the Iron Maiden stuff.
Entertainment. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you never know what you're gonna get on the show. Sometimes that happens. That's the beauty of this.
Alright, so which way do I go? So this is what's called a discover to check.
Right.
Discover check. So he moves the knight, and then I get put in check. He's up material, so therefore he wants to trade. And because if I have no pieces, I can't win. And I have to worry where that knight would go. So the knight ideally wants to go. Okay, let's get. I feel safer. Let's go safer there. Oh, wait a second. Why 15? Yeah, that's not good. Why does it say 15?
I didn't know it went down that high, or went up that high feasibly. But then again, I never, until you and I did this, I never put the debug in.
Oh, I see why. It's another. It's a rook. I lose another rook. Wow, that knight. It's earning Kefka's seal of approval now.
Actually, I don't know if Square's ever done like a chess thing. That'd be an interesting idea. As far as I'll see.
Okay.
If
Let's see. Where is the? Is L there? Okay.
Oh, for the take back, yeah. You hit the L. You hit the L button as the take back, by the way.
If this is any better. Well, anyway, let's just get through it. Obviously, he wants to trade because it works in his favor. And, oh, that's a double check. Cool. Got to show that off. I can't take the knight because,
yeah, the rook's there.
So, and moves, oh, wait, and, yeah, that. Okay.
So, in that case, you're right. You showed that, and then you also showed
and, yeah, and this is why, and this is level 1, right?
Well, fine. Technically level 3, but it's like, yeah, level 1 as far as how they label it.
So things like that it saw, I think it's fair to say are not really beginner tactics. Like, yeah, so I think it's, now he's gonna take the pawn, and this is pretty much, alright, so now we're gonna switch because this is a...
Wait, no, you were gonna show the where's it gonna end? Where's this ending as far as this?
This is ending with, I'm 13 points down.
No, but I mean, what's the move that's gonna put that into checkmate as far as against you?
He could just take pawns, like he can take this one, he can take this one.
So basically he's pretty much just gonna clean out your pawns and then checkmate you.
He could, probably the most efficient is, let's see, probably the most, is essentially make a queen, okay, so get the rook along this file, so anywhere, especially back here, to cut off the access of my king, and just push this pawn down. Make a queen,
right?
And what's called a ladder checkmate, where you just block off each row. Okay. And there's really nothing I can do to stop it because I have no pieces left.
Okay, so that's how he's gonna probably run this.
I'm just saying that's the most. I'm not sure if that's the best way. I'm not sure if it's the most computer friendly, but as a human, that would be the most obvious. I think that is the most obvious method for winning.
Okay, so basically, yeah, you're taking that perspective, and then it's the question of, all right, what's this AI gonna do?
And meanwhile, I have no good moves. I'm really put in a state where where I'm forced to make a bad move. So whatever. If we want to play this whole thing.
It's just probably not going to take that long, and then we can get to the other case. Also, because I guess on one hand, I'm thinking, like, wait a minute.
And then so we can play.
Well, that, and also because I'm going to get a sense, like, is he going to...
that's what I'm thinking.
Is he going to check... Okay, is he going to try to check me, you number one? Number two, how's he going to do it? I mean, since Chad was asking me...
Well, I guess I can... We'll see. Okay, so...
Oh, I see. So he's going to try and promote over there.
Now he's promoting on that side because my king isn't on that side of the board.
Right, it's not...
And there's no way for me to get there because 1, 2, 3 positions. It's what's called the... what is it, the square, the king or something, basically?
Yeah, actually, there is a pretty robust tutorial mode that goes into that. I was actually looking at that earlier today.
Okay.
As far as it, like the...
I'm being a nuisance.
Nice square or something. Yeah, we'll also take another brief look at that tutorial mode, just because we showed it last time, but also just a little bit as far as it. In fact, we can show that concept off, because I think that's one of the ones I didn't show. And also, the other thing we'll do is that when you're done with this game, we'll turn off the, in that case, we just hit C up and get rid of the AI, or the debug display. So at that point, like, in 2-player, there's no reason for it. At this point, I'm wondering, like, is he just trying to toy with you on top of that?
Okay, well, I was gonna be stubborn, but, I guess he can make me in the middle of the board.
Okay, so that's what he's gonna try and do.
Okay, so I'm cut off. Actually, it's forced mate. I go there, and then he goes, yep, there. That works too. Okay, right. Cool.
Okay, so here's how this works. I'm picking up the other controller for this.
So this will be fun.
Yeah, well, here's how you do this, by the way. Because actually, I don't know if okay, maybe if I've 2-playered this game, it's been forever ago since I did it. So here's how this works. You go into game. to start.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm the one controlling, right?
Yeah, hit on...
Player?
Oh, that's 2 games. So switch that off. Let's move up to black and just switch him
Oh, I see.
Because that's how you run 2-player. And then...
Is that good?
It's fine. And then go to new game.
Okay.
I actually just...
So
and then hit C up.
So am I white or black?
You're white. Hit C up as well. I'll keep hitting it. Because I want to get rid of the AI thing. Is it not showing?
It's not C up.
Let me just... Hang on a second. Wait a second. Oh, C down. There we go.
Okay.
Because I just wanted to get the debug thing. We're showing that for the purpose of the AI is running, but as far as the other thing...
Alright, so...
Yeah, so take your...
let's see, I'm trying to think of what I should run. Hey, any openings from chat?
Yeah, that or run your own opening, because I think the idea is, in some ways, you're kind of the experts. I get the sense that, as far as chat's concerned, it seems like they're kind of intrigued on this, and it is something different, because honestly, we haven't really kind of had a look at something like this before. I mean, this game we have, but I mean, this analysis of it, which is I'm all about on this program.
Considering Queen's Gambit was popular, we will play the actual Queen's Gambit. Okay.
And chat, if anybody's ever seen that, it's awesome. I can test it.
Because why not?
It's great. Which, by the way, you want to say to them what that is? Because actually, I didn't when we played it last time. Do you want to tell them what that is?
Oh, the movie?
No, not the movie. Not the movie. The watching. Yeah, that's what Dollyfin's saying. But what the Queen's Gambit as far as the opening is.
Okay,
I don't think this. I don't remember this game actually goes into its tutorial.
I don't think it goes to openings. I think they give you, from my memory, I think they have some sample games, like historic games that they walk through. There's a few of those.
We'll show a couple of them off later.
But a rigorous tutorial, I don't remember seeing that. You can show me.
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do it later. Fantastic. Okay, so this Dolphin is interested in that as far as it. And that's the other thing. Sometimes sometimes the fascination that way as far as the audience is concerned.
So generally, what the recommended style of play is it's not perfect, but essentially you want to. Oh wait, do I have a? Oh, I don't have a cursor.
No, right, because it's black to move.
Yeah, so
feel free to talk about it.
You're gonna want to fiend. You're gonna want to fiend cat off your bishops, which is basically you're going to want to play on the other side of the board. You don't have to follow my advice.
Well, actually, it's funny because I'm reading the chat now. They're saying the idea of 1 d4 d5 and then 2 c4. That's what I'm getting from chat on that one.
So
basically, the idea of I think that. Yeah, I think.
How about chat helps them?
Well, that's one. Well, no, I'm saying that's just an idea of that, as far as what they're saying. But actually, as far as
I'll make it more entertaining. I'll let chat help.
Well, actually, that's the idea. Is
okay, don't drop pawns though.
Yeah, by the way, just to give you an idea, is how this game works as far as its controls are concerned. Move the cursor over with D-pad or analog stick. Use D-pad number 1, and you drop off move to cancel it, hitting the B button.
Okay.
Hit A to pick it up, and then put it down.
I'm gonna do a shout out. So I also watch some streamers as well. I want to make a shout out to Gotham Chess.
I also put links, by the way, to all these things you mentioned.
So I think he's probably one of the best best YouTube streamers. So the internet, basically the teacher of the internet, the internet's tutor, shall we say, and he advocates basically that first you look for checks, there are none, then you look for captures, any hanging piece, anything you wanna, anything that you can capture, there aren't any. And checks, captures, and attacks. So if there's nothing obvious, then you want to, develop a plan to try to attack a weakened square or a weakened piece. So, all right, now I'm gonna say this is why this is the Queen's Gambit. That is actually not quite a hanging pawn, despite it looks like it. So there's two variations. There's the there is C6, which I believe is the Slav defense. There is E6, which is the Queen's Gambit declined. Then there is taking the pawn, which is the Queen's Gambit accepted.
Right. Actually, I think Dolphin indicated what it is. First move Queen's pawn forward 2 squares, Move black's queen pawn 2 spaces forward, and then move your queen side's bishop pawn forward 2 squares. Is that it?
Yeah, this is the start. This is the start of it.
So basically, we're doing it. Okay, so basically, that's what that move specifically is. So fine, we're showing it.
Oh wait, you're gonna counterattack my center. Okay. Well, that is unusual.
But see, that's also the other thing about that. Also, because like, hey, I'm looking at this as far as like the idea that, but it makes it more interesting, doesn't it? So
yeah, we're gonna have a lot of tension in the center of the board. Like a lot of beginners, they'll look at this and they'll just start taking pieces.
Right.
A more innovative player going, do I need to take?
Right.
Do I need to take anything actually? And I think really overall the answer is generally no. This pawn, I'm gonna, in theory, I will take it back with this bishop. It's usually very hard to defend the pawn when it's there. Like moving this pawn out forward tends to get you, I think with good play, you actually tend to get in trouble. In a lot of cases, there's some traps that kind of lose. Trying to defend the pawn there.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned the idea of, what you're saying, like, hey, you sometimes see that take a piece, but it's tempting to do that, but it's like, well, sometimes you have an option, like, no, don't do that.
So I'm going to develop my bishop. I'm trying to get it out of what's going to be the pawn wall. So I will go there. And now, so if he takes the pawn, then one of them, he actually can get attack. When I take it back with the queen, he can actually get an initiative by developing his knight.
That is a possibility. But it's a question, like, how are you going to do this? And see, this is also maybe the other fascination on top of this as far as, like, playing against another player, because that's basically saying, like, okay, what style does the player have as far as how they run it, and then also, then how, as you said, how do you procedurally look to see how am I going to counter that? Because look, as I said, you can only go so far feasibly with the computer to some degree. You go pretty damn far that way. But then when you're playing as a player, that's kind of the appeal.
All right, let me think. For my case,
Okay. So now that pawn actually is under attack. Okay. So I was planning to go here anyway. It's kind of part of the setup, and conveniently it plays into that sort of plays into my move. And for anyone more advanced, this is sort of an offshoot of the London opening.
Which was that?
Which is basically you have the bishop out. Only difference is the pawn. Usually the pawn is on c3 and not c4.
Okay.
But a very similar opening to the London setup. So if you make a trade though, you actually weaken my pawn structure.
You mean like this potentially?
Okay.
Yeah, it feasibly be a trade.
So,
well.
Okay.
Yeah, it could be a trade.
So that. Okay. So there are two attackers, and the knight is defending it. Now besides the position, so I'm gonna make probably it does block in my bishop. I'm gonna sort of play materialistically.
Let's take the pawn.
Yeah, I'll just take the pawn because it's free. It does weaken my bishop, but Yeah, look at your 2 attackers, 1 defender. So therefore, besides position, that would be kind of a mistake. Unless there's some tactic that can win that pawn back.
Right.
Which there may be. Okay. Alright, so... Okay, so, so right now we have kind of a strong, a very strong bishop, and you developed it, good job. Alright, and, alright, I'll just develop another piece, and get the knight out of that crossfires. There are two developing moves, either here or here. Both are valid. Let's see. Okay, pawns. Okay. So if I go there, I block my queen. But if I go there, then that opens an attack on the knight, which I don't know, kind of isn't pleasant. But what we're gonna make, I think we'll make the most straightforward and logical move. However, now I am threatening that center pawn.
Which, of course, in my perspective...
Actually, I was last turn, too.
Yeah. I mean, well, technically fine. We were sort of both threatening each other, and the question, like, hey, what are we actually going to try to take specifically? So in this case, like, yeah, I guess in my case, I look at that. I could be it's like, wait a minute, I want to get that out of the way. Or say, like, wait a minute, no, I want to keep my queen defended. So,
yeah, there's right now three attackers, 1 defender on that pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to have to do something about that pawn in the center.
Right.
And notice that the was it e6 pawn? It's stopping your natural development of the knight. Your knight wants to go to f6, but unfortunately the pawn
right there is like
blocking.
Yeah, it's gonna take and
Yep. Okay, good. So that it helps my bishop. But it does that does fix your problem. Okay, so I think I'm just gonna accept that pawn is gonna be a goner, and I'll just give it back. So you get a slight positional advantage from that, and luckily you also have an extra defender on that pawn. So now there's a knight and a queen. So let's see. So now I want to see, do I take it with the... So I can win the pawn. However, what way do I want to do it? Do I want to do the knight? Or do I want to do it with the pawn? I think I'll go for the pawn. Because the knight has the job of guarding the e4 square. And it's also a forfeit move because it threatens your knight. So you want to see, where the ideal squares are for your pieces, and how do you get them to do that. and so like pawns would be the best defender, and queens and kings are not very good defenders, like we saw last game, where I lost both my rooks because, of checks. So that was a perfect example of what not to do. Okay. Alright, so this is only for demonstration purposes. So what I see is a undefended piece on the side, and for any Ben Finegold, I think, who's another strong player. He should say Knights in the Rim are grim.
Okay. How far does he go back? As far as is he like modern player?
This is a I think he's the St. Louis club. I think he's like a current streamer / player.
Okay. All right, that's interesting. Is it because
I don't know if he plays competitively or just teach.
Okay. Well, okay. That's also you're giving that
Okay.
perspective to it. All right, I'm checked.
So unfortunately, you can't go back to this. Well, you can't.
Well, I can. It's just
you can,
it's not going to change too much.
Oh wait, never mind. Oh, sorry. Whoops. That's not undefended. The queen. What am I? I'm not paying attention. Yeah, I'm missing things today.
Well, I mean, to be fair, as you said, it's showing that there's a lot of things to focus on. And actually, that's the thing that happened when I first played this a couple years ago, which was that, okay, it's how am I focusing the game specifically? So it's like, all right, what am I focusing on? And then it was like, what am I missing then?
Okay.
Because you're right, there's so many gradations to this that you're not necessarily going to capture everything all the time. So and it's always that case, when you miss that one thing, it's going to, demoralize you completely.
So, also try to think of what your opponent is going to do every turn. So I have 1, 2, 3 attackers on this pawn, and if I take it, how essentially we respond? Good thinking that you usually don't want to move your king, but unfortunately, there's no way to not lose material based on that. The downside of taking, so I don't want to take with the queen because there's this trap. Sometimes pawns can be, usually on the second rank, pawns can be poisoned, or they can be bait, and you can essentially move your rook there, and behind that, I would have to move my queen, and if I'm not careful, it can be trapped, but then also behind it, there's an undefended pawn. So that's what's called an X-ray attack, where you attack the piece, you attack a more valuable piece with the intent to take the one behind it on the other side. So, that being said, I have pieces that are undefended, or they're undeveloped. So therefore, I'm going to do a few things at once. I will get the check, I will develop my bishop, and I will win a pawn. So my bishop wasn't doing a lot, and now it's involved in the game. So there's no checks. The captures, looks like they're all defended, like the pawn. Actually, well, you're in check, unfortunately, but, okay. So block it, okay. So, let's develop my pieces again. So I have two options. One, go there to there, and then pressure that knight some more, which is pinned, it can't move, or I have option 2 of going down there and chasing the bishop away, but then it does have that safe square of there, which results in not much benefit to me. So based on that, this is actually the ideal square. So don't only think of like what's the state of the board in one turn. Try to think of like what could be the potential results after a few moves. Okay. So attacking one of my my attackers. Okay. Now, no, I actually do not have. Do I have time to attack? Do I have one turn? Oh wait, even better. Let's see, so checks, captures, there is a rook. Yeah, long diagonals are kind of blind spots for many people. You can take up the queen, but that also gives up defense on that knight. So one second, actually, that bishop defends as well. Okay. So I guess it does have, yeah, it has adequate, it actually does have adequate defense. So considering the bishop also defends it, your queen can take it. It's safe. So you might as well. And bonus points, it actually guards this square for my knight, so my knight can no longer add pressure to this pinned knight. Does, however, give up that square. Oh wait, and oops, my bad. Well, it's a trade. I didn't lie. The queen was guarding that knight. So. So essentially what I did was overloading a piece. Basically, you know, it's where a piece is guarding more than one, it's defending more than one piece, and you just give it more tasks that it can do, and you know, so you overload it. So it can't, you know. Alright, so what about this knight? Let's Alright, so I think I have time to castle. Get my king to safety. And it also helps to develop my rooks as well.
Yeah, sorry I'm being quiet. It's like, yeah, it's like, I'm just trying to think through this specifically. Which makes sense. Well, as I said, I like that you're vocalizing that. Like, hey, I would be doing it myself as well for the purpose of that. So yeah, my pawn's
Alright,
gone.
so this is, you know, this kind of should be more or less a trade because I exposed the pawn behind it. Mm-hmm. It is kind of dangerous to take that pawn because then, it's like, it's like going to a nest of bees. There's two rooks right there, so if you want to take that pawn, you would have to get out really quickly. So it's okay. So now we're gonna reposition. Check. Nope, can't cast on check.
Yeah, at least I was showing that off that way. So, the only other thing feasibly then would be for me to move back, or move my king.
Alright, so now I want to try to develop more. So it's like ideally, where do I want? What's the approach I want? So ideally, you should be thinking of like trying to get your king to safety. Really. That should essentially be roughly your goal. My goal should be developing my rooks more and starting some sort of an attack. And so what we'll try is I don't know, so we're just going to go back a bit. I'm trying to push those center pawns. Okay. Yeah, so your rook is kind of like trapped there. What you could do is you could have your king here, rook there, and then king back. You know, castling by hand. So, it functionally is castling, but you know,
just not the same exact method.
It takes longer, right? So we're gonna add some extra. We're gonna have that reinforce that pawn chain, make it a pawn chain. Okay. Attack on the king's side. Wonderful. So that square is guarded by the bishop. That square is also, but this square is weak. So if I get there, I can get a fork. Oh, and I can't get there. Okay. Ooh, I have something tricky. Assuming you let me do it. We shall see. Okay, there is a potential discovered check. That will be the hint. So what checks do I have that are very forcing? Chat, help him.
Like I said, that's not. As I said, I'm just.
Okay. Alright. So, what are you going after? That knight's defending. Oh, I just realized I didn't take my rooks. Oh well.
Well, at this point, it seems like maybe you don't even need to.
Yeah, I don't need to. Alright, so here's a discovered check. So I threaten the king and that bishop at the same time. So for tactics, maybe it's just from playing for a long time, or but yeah, like the eye is drawn to basically undefended and poorly defended pieces. I also just want to trade because I'm up, and it's also forcing that he takes. Though sadly enough, I think I do give up a pawn for that, but a bishop for a rook is fine in my book.
That's the way you want to run it feasibly too.
Okay, so and now we're gonna see. So I think this is the preferred rook to develop.
I was like, that noise is weird. I always thought, like, I'll say this as far as this game. I don't know what you think of this. As far as some of the sound design choices, as far as, like, that's the you cancel a piece. Even when I played this the first time, I was like, that's just bizarre. But I was like, well, okay, it makes it kind of interesting. Look, there's no other chess game like this, that's for sure. I'll give it that much. But, whether it's good, well, I mean, for your chess option on Nintendo 64 is your only one, this is not a bad option for it, and it's cheap. I mean, especially now it's cheap. It's not like Stout Racer 64, which is a $1,000 game. It's not like, there's a chess game that's on the Wii, I'm trying to remember the name of it, I'll put an edit right here. It sounds like an elephant. Yeah, yeah, that's, or to go to the Conker's Bad Fur Day perspective, yeah, he's not a squirrel, he's an elephant. An elephant.
Okay,
You stupid twat. At some point we'll do Conker's Bad Fur Day eventually.
So yeah, there's really I don't think there's really any good options, but yeah, I think good idea attacking the queen and the pawn at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really kind of what, and that's, if nothing else, it's also showing off the ideas like, okay, what strategy you're going to take, particularly when you're under pressure, because look, I'll admit this, I know your skill on this, so it's like, I'm not expecting to win, I just want to at least show that off and get a sense of like, alright, fine, if I'm in an example like this, what am I going to do?
Yeah, and if, like, you're in a bad position, there's often cases there is no good move.
In fact, and I'll say this, just to elaborate then on the first time we played this game. I think maybe when I played it, I get the sense that maybe, now that I'm realizing this, thinking about this now, I'm thinking maybe my style maybe is more of a defensive case to a certain extent, only because I'm thinking like, well, I don't necessarily want to completely just take everything, for sure, but also just the idea of, alright, fine, but sometimes that can get me in trouble, but then the question like, alright, when I'm in trouble, what do I do to minimize it?
Yeah,
so I get the sense that maybe that's what that perspective is. As I said, I'll have linked to the first look at this game that we had.
Yeah, if you're too defensive, you give up too many squares.
Right.
And then you do create weaknesses. Another chess reference, Josh Waitskin, he wrote a book about attacking chess, where he advocates for a much more aggressive style.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's the thing about chess itself. is that I think it's fine. It's open, yeah, of course, by its nature, it is open to a lot of different ways of play.
By the way, come to think about it.
There'll be a picture right here of what that book is while we were talking about what that book is. It'll be right there, like front and center when I do the edit in a couple of days.
Okay.
But I mean, I think if nothing else, it isn't kind of showing the idea, like, okay, what are certain styles to it, and like, what do certain people? I mean, I think this is what you're saying, getting to, and I like that you're getting this. The idea that when it comes to something like this, what are people's, methodologies for it, and what will they necessarily, don't say, like, their do's and don'ts for them personally, but then the idea of, like, what can that, how can that lead them to success or not?
There's different theories.
Which is what makes it fascinating. I like that. I mean, it goes what we're saying with Ocarina of Time, which is the idea of, we're talking about theories of interpretation, theories of meaning, theories of, a lot of different things on that. So, in that way, now I think about it, virtual chess kind of is a weirdly logical extension of the game. We could be playing at the same time. Well, fine. It'd be that or Majora's Mask, feasibly.
Well, I brought up Kefka, so, touche. Well played.
Well, that, or maybe the other thing is, I guess the other one would be, I don't know if you ever played this, the game based on the Hercules Incredible Adventures television show, which, actually, thank you for making me remind me of this. That was by Tice as well. It was so much a ripoff of Ocarina of Time, actually, for the most part. I think Electronic Game Monthly even said when they reviewed it, they said, it's so much a ripoff of the opening of that game. It came out in 2000 for this. And so, like, you expect the idea that, I think I put the wrong game in. It's like, I put Ocarina of Time in by accident. It's like, I walked out, and then the first thing is, like, you have Kevin Sorbo, because Kevin Sorbo was on the TV show, who just walks out of that house. It's like, that was when I knew, I'm not playing Zelda, number one. Number two, this is, it came out right when Majora's Mask did, so talk about bad timing at that point, because apparently it wasn't very good. But, what would go with Zelda? What would go with that Zelda? I was like, okay, that's the idea. Oh, wait, yeah, what? Wait, I'm the move, you're the move.
It's your move. Check.
Okay.
So I have a fork on the knight and the king. So it's very unpleasant for black. Alright, so we shall take, and that's also forcing because there's another check.
By the way, if you do, when it does that bing, that means that when you're in a check case, you can't move there. We'll tell you, like, hey, you can't move there. Actually, because I don't know if I went over that explicitly when we played this last.
Alright.
I mean, this will be a nice companion piece to that part. As I said, since we're doing two-player on this, along with your indication and your insights on this, is that it rationalizes playing this game again. Because I think I said at the time, I said, I think I want to come back to this. I think this is the perfect way to do it.
So, yeah, good idea. Alright, so getting pieces in position.
Yeah,
so, I guess you're forced to go back. Right?
Yeah, I know I'm going to be mated. I can see it. I can sort of see it anyway.
Let's see. Alright, so check. You have two options. You can block or move forward. If you go forward, then check queen. You go back. Then there's, you know what? We'll do it that way. I think that looks promising. Yeah, I'm not gonna look the whole line, but you sort of develop a sort of intuition.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I think that's really kind of above anything. I'm glad we're showing that way. The idea of like, what is your intuitions going based upon the methods? Like, as I said, I think I promised when I did my advertisements of this on like the Discord sites and other places as far as how I do that. I think I did say like this is going to be a high-minded program tonight, particularly because of this, with me not saying, oh, we're playing this as far as an appendix.
Okay.
So I think in that way it kind of goes.
So, and I know this pawn's been hanging for a while. I don't even care about that because I have just too many threats. And my king is safe. Let's see. Let's go. Actually, this is probably even better. So I wanted to have a rook battery. Bring the other rook, but I'm not even sure if I need it. Yeah, queen f7, check. You're forced to go. Yeah, you're forced to go back, and then that's me. So I don't even need the other one.
Most
It is
likely not.
stoppable though. You can be stubborn.
Okay.
There are some stubborn moves.
I like the idea, and going back to what chat was saying, or Dolphin was saying, the idea that it sounds like a novel, and I never really thought that, which, given like the look of this game, and the idea of, like, on the title screen we showed this, the idea that you have the, I don't know if that was, like, what piece that was, like, the queen was getting hit with a fish by something. I guess it makes sense as far as, like, this perspective of it. As I said, like, that's the idea.
So there are, so there's one move that prevents that. Oh, actually, never mind. Okay, never mind. I think that works as well.
So feasibly, the idea is like there's more than one move.
That defends it. Okay, never mind. So there are two. Okay. So change up my strategy still stays the same, but tactics change. All right. And so now I'm threatening rook and d8, which pins the queen. So the queen defends, that's check square, and I'm trying to get rid of it with the second rook. And this goes into the concept of develop your pieces. Alright, and that, I'm not sure if there's anything it does defend versus that, but that is not, it does not defend it.
Yeah, unfortunately at this point also
I don't think there is anything that defends it.
There's not, so yeah, so basically the point is my queen's getting lost no matter what I do. And I'm getting, actually this is,
That's checkmate.
Yeah, checkmate. Okay, so there you go, should basically show that.
Yep.
Fitting, because usually that's the idea, like when you lose your queen, usually it's all over unless you are able to like do a Roshan case, usually.
There.
Alright, actually, for the...
Chess lesson finished today.
Well, there you go. In fact, for the purpose of this, one other thing we're going to do with this game, because I know we want to talk about this, I'm going to show off the tutorial also while you rest a little bit, if you'd like, because, yeah, you've been being a star in this play, and I appreciate that. Fine. Zelda specifically, but also with this one, as far as it kind of going into it. Yeah, because we're going to talk the tutorial, because we showed this off when we played this before, but also...
Alright, convince me.
Convince you of what?
Oh, I want to see these tutorials.
Or find some of the ones we didn't.
Okay.
Some of the ones we didn't show, because I know when we did it last.
Have rules. Okay.
Yeah, they have the rules, but of course this also goes to what we were saying.
Scholar's Mate and the other really common mate. Okay.
Right. So I knew they do go into that. I mean, just to go to what you're saying, because they're saying like the question on this game is it's a chess game on the Nintendo 64 that, as you mentioned, is a system that feasibly is aimed for families to some degree, but as I said, the next game,
it's amusing that they have the rules, but then it feels like the AI is, I feel like, a little too skilled for people who would benefit from reading this.
Though to be fair, the manual I know did state specifically that the beginner modes that have the artificial stupidity in it were based around the idea that they say the expectation is that this is for beginning players who are running through the tutorials, basically the idea that they've gone through a good amount of these things, but as I said, it's a game on the N64 that's like, it's intended for families, and I said the next game him and I are playing is going to be GoldenEye, that's going to be in August. And at that point with that game, it's like, well, fine, that's, because this is in contrast with this, the idea that was maybe change, they say with Nintendo 64, change the system. GoldenEye was a game of change the perception of the system's audience. It's like, maybe this was, Titus's way to a certain extent of doing that, but you're right, the idea that, hey, if you're going to be having an element like this, wouldn't there be maybe something more like, hey, there would be more beginner elements, but as I said, I'm glad we figured that, because I didn't know that for all the years I've had this thing.
Maybe they just expect people to learn fast, a very fast learner.
Well, I mean, it was 1998, so maybe that's the idea of that. I know we did...
Oh, okay.
I know we did forks, I know we did pins when we played it before.
Trapping.
Yeah, actually, I don't think we did trapping. Let's try that. And yeah, in this case, now this is what we saw on the title screen, Titus the Fox, and basically he will tell you specifically what it is, which is what Proterova was mentioning, which is that trapping is when a piece is under attack and is unable to escape, so that it inevitably can be captured. So this example, the black bishop is attacked by a pawn, which can't escape to another square without a capture and it's doomed. Which goes exactly. So if nothing else, this is also reinforcing everything you said for this play.
To set up something like this, you would be doing this, many moves in advance.
And for some of the tutorial stuff, they give you the option for like playing the moves specifically. So like, okay, fine, what's a trapping? It's white to play, and in 2 moves, how are you winning? Specifically.
So what are we winning? White's turn to play. Wins a piece in 2 moves.
So I think it's saying a piece, but it's saying as far as the trapping of the knight. And by the way, if you hit the B button, you can also go backwards. In fact, I can do that.
Okay, let's. Well, I was gonna solve it.
Okay, no, I said you can't solve it. I just want to go back to show it because this is a short one. There are times I've actually hit the B button on that, and it's been an annoyance. So like, I have to go through this. Was like 3 minutes for an explanation before I get to do the move. Yeah, basically, I'll try and solve it. I'll see what's going on with that.
I'll give you a chance.
For it. So at that point, they're going to have that. But as I said, if nothing else, we'll show off the tutorial a little bit, because we showed it a little before, but show something that's different. So, if it's right to play, you win a piece in 2 moves, and if so, how? If these, I guess, when it says winning a piece in 2 moves, there's probably a lot of ways as far as it, because I guess basically, as I was saying, like, how are you trapping something? So, actually, given this perspective, pretty much, I think it's moving the pawn here.
Well done.
Yeah, and you do have him go that, well done. But you do like that, and you get the cheering, but if you do the wrong move, by the way, he'll, like, shake his head, and then you'll get this, like, jeering crowd. So, I mean, going to what Proterova was saying, which was the idea that for 1998, I guess they expected people to kind of pick up on this quickly. I mean, difference in time, yeah, I mean, feasibly, that's going back 3 decades almost, with this game and Zelda Ocarina of Time, now I'm thinking about it, are about 24 years old. So this is 24 years old next month, because this was June of 1998, and Zelda was November. Okay, so next move then is that... Okay, so... Oh, shit, I hit the B button again. So it's like, yeah, I was just doing my thing, and I said, like, oh, that's weird and wrong to that. Because I thought I was like, hey, I'm gonna go back to, like, dropping my piece down. Actually, I'll tell you why that is. Because when you hit the B button, when you're normally playing, you just put the piece back where it is. And when I'm doing the tutorial, sometimes they're like, oh, I pick it up, I just hit B button to drop it down, but that just goes back to the menu.
Well
okay, fine. In that case, let's try that again. And so, go to carry on and play. Or, fine, I'll have to put that down. So basically, when you're doing this, you have to put it down specific to what it was. So I can at least go into that idea. So the first move, for the purpose of that, was that. And then, for carrying on to play the next move, it will be... Yeah, right here.
Well done.
The knight is trapped. So I move forward to move the knight downwards that way, and then I move the pawn up there, so it's trapped that way. So if it moves away to the left, it gets captured by the bishop. If it moves to the right, it gets captured by that right pawn over there, or the right pawn to the left of where the king is on G2 over there. Or it doesn't move at all, and it gets, well, fine. Feasibly, I could take it from C3 to C4, but C3 to D4, but it ain't happening. Yeah. Okay, so that was the first one. The first move, by the way, actually, I'll show you since you were off to that. Yeah, so they show you the demo.
Okay.
Like what the trapping is, and the trap here is specifically. Yeah, they changed the board out for this. So basically, threaten the knight.
Well done.
They play it there, and then like there he is. So then what do you do with the pawn here?
Well done.
Okay.
Yeah, so it has no escape square, so it's capture next move. All right. So this case now black to play. So for this tutorial, they're basically switching. I guess ranking. Or fine, they're switching the side specifically for this, which most of the tutorials don't do that. Weird enough. Okay. So now in this case, it's similar. So black playing. How are you moving? And there's like this tick 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 thing.
Yeah. First thing.
Actually, you know what? Fine. Since I did that, what do you want to solve this?
The first thing that I see is the queen is in the middle of the board.
Yeah.
So that'd be the first piece I would look at.
What do you actually? You know what? How do you want to solve this? Tell me how you would solve this, since I solved the other one.
I'm just trying to think of what stands out in my mind.
Yeah, that's true, because, like, hey, you'll look at the board here and it's like, okay, they're saying win a piece in 2 moves, and what are you going to run that with, specifically?
Okay, I would say it's either the bishop or the queen.
Mm-hmm.
And, alright, let's see. Queen has an escape square. I can just run back. So we're trapping. I can't be that. I don't think so. So I'm wondering if they're saying, like if they can go like A5, A4, traps the bishop. Oh wait, oh, I know. You can have a small attack by pushing the C7 pawn.
Downwards here.
Oh wait, but that, never mind, that opens a spot. Wait, does that open up a spot for the bishop?
I don't know, you want to see?
Yeah, it does. No, never mind.
By the way, if you do...
Oh, actually, that works.
It does.
Other way. Okay, so you threaten the queen, and then you push it down a second time.
Okay, you push it down once and then push it again.
No,
push it down twice.
Two, yeah.
Okay.
Well done.
Yeah, the queen's under attack and is to move, so then carry on and play the next. And basically at that point, that's probably... Oh, wait a minute, so... They're basically saying that you're... Okay, so the way they vary this one up is saying, like, you're threatening one piece, and then you're threatening the other one. So I think you're right there. Basically, at that point, I think you're pretty much...
So, yeah, so that was a very forcing move, because you jacked the queen. And then now... I don't know, so now you can just trap, and you shut the door. That's C4.
Okay, well, feasibly... Well... Okay, well, feasibly, I think you could feasibly do that one, but it's like, fine, I'll just run this, because they run the same way. Yep, the bishop is trapped.
Yeah, the other one, it's slower.
Uh-huh. That was weird with the wink. I don't think I've ever seen that before. But okay. Actually, you know what? I want to check that other method of doing it, so I'm going to try it again.
Yeah, they're probably going to say it's wrong.
I want to see what they say about that then. And also, because let's just show, like, what happens when they say something's wrong. It's okay, so fine. We know this one. This is the same case.
They may say, like, good idea, but, you know, there's a better one.
That's true. They did, and I think for some of the things we demoed when we played this before, they did say that. Okay, so same deal. Threaten queen. Goes back. Let's see what he says.
Oh well.
Come. That move's not permitted. Oh right. Okay, wait, can't do that because it's not on the front line. That,
yeah.
So in that case, like, there's not.
So essentially, you got what?
There's not. So there wasn't on the move.
No.
Unless.
I was looking at C5, then C4.
Well, fine. That's the move I had to make.
Huh? No. Sorry. A5, A4. But it's too slow.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Fine. I forgot that wasn't on that line. So like that was
which is wrong. Why it's wrong?
Well, fine, because yeah, as he says, come, that move's not permitted. But I like that European style, like, ties the fox.
I thought you said you were gonna try it.
I did try it.
You're gonna try the
I did try it. It was wrong. This, I forgot this wasn't here.
A5.
Oh, this one. Well, okay, this one's wrong. That I know is wrong.
All right.
See, I was mistaken.
Play A5.
Well, let's
play A5.
It's not the right move. So they basically just tell you no, it's not. Which
that was B5. You want A5.
Hang on a second. Oh, you mean move here?
Yeah, that was my initial thought.
Wait, hold on. Wait a second. Why is that not permitted to move this downward by one? That I don't understand. That's a permitted move. I don't know why they're saying that's not permitted. Unless, you know, fine. I'm gonna quit it again. I'm gonna just move it once. Maybe because I moved it twice, that somehow got locked into that. And to be fair, it's like, yeah, you ask these questions with the tightest game, with all due respect. Even though this is the best game they made without a question on this system.
So, you think it's buggy? Okay.
I don't know. See, I don't know. I mean, maybe. We'll see.
Well,
actually, to be fair, I don't know if I'd say this is necessarily a buggy game. Look. As I said, with Titus, we have stuff like Carmageddon, we have stuff like Superman.
Okay. So
those are definitely buggy. I know that for a fact.
A5, A4. No, don't play C5. Play A5.
Oh, this?
No, that's B5.
Oh, this. Well, fine. In this case, it's not going to make a difference right now, but I don't know if the.
I want to stay.
Okay, that's that's not the right move, which is fine. So I have to move that.
But you see how I looked at that?
Uh-huh.
I first looked at the queen, and I saw that that the bishop is kind of backed into a corner.
Okay, it says it's not permitted. That is a permitted move, technically, isn't it? It's a bad move.
Should.
Okay, so I don't know if that's a buggy case or something that they didn't think that through.
There's no checks, and there's no checks. Why not?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why it's saying that. I don't know if it's a buggy thing so much as it's just that they didn't, it's just an oversight as far as, like, them missing that, hey, I can move that, just not a right move. Okay. Yeah, and then they have the mate stuff, endings, and game analyses, I should say, which there were a bunch of these.
Okay, looks like
we looked at Tal Spassky, I remember we looked at that, the last time. Because they have, like, a bunch of these.
Alright.
And basically this is, like, how they're testing the engine, pretty much. Hey, do you want to do a mate of some sort? Actually, do you want to do like one of each of these things? So fine, we did the tactic strategy. We know, I showed the Fool's Mate first thing we came in on this game, just as far as that rules stuff. That's fine. We show opposite of when we played last too. Yeah, you want to pick a mate to run? I don't think we did a mate when we played last.
All right. Smothered Mate.
Which one you want to pick?
Smothered.
Oh, it's Smothered, okay. Oh, in honesty, with this one, they don't really give you much of an explanation as far as, like, how are you going to mate for this, specifically.
No explanation.
Which is weird. We'll put an explanation of what this is, unless you know off the top of your head what the Smothered Mate is.
Well, I know the answer.
Well, no, I mean... No, I was saying, like, what the definition of it is. But I guess it's going to be... it's going to be basically based upon what I have to move it on.
It is basically where, your king has no room to move, and it's trapped by its own pieces.
Mm-hmm.
So it should be, queen d5 check. Nope, no, queen d5 check.
Wait, thanks to the queen. But yeah, they'll say that. So it's like, hey, actually this came up, I think, last week. Well, not really. I mean... No, there's other cases I could take a look at that. I mentioned Waverly Spruce Storm, there's a mode to that.
D5, that's F7. Yeah, that's square. Okay.
Yeah, so in that case he has to move back.
And so there's a reason I picked this one, because this mate was shown in Queen of Katwe.
Yeah, the Disney film from about 6, 7 so years ago. Yeah, which is a movie I didn't like that much when I saw it in theaters, only because it was a just miss. There's part of that I do admire quite a bit, but then when it came to video, I was like, yeah, I like that thing. Mine was more like at some aspects with how it was constructed, but there's good stuff in that, especially the acting and the attention to detail as well for that. But as you said, that would be another case of that, which is definitely an interesting movie. Like, even though I didn't recommend it at the time, I definitely would maybe recommend taking a look.
I thought you liked it first.
I didn't know. I just missed. But it's one of those things. I saw it in the theater, and it bombed at the box office, by the way, just to give a sense of that, which was surprising, I guess, to some degree, given who made it. It was Mira Nair who directed that. It
was gritty, but it was good.
That was one of the parts I liked about it specifically, and I really liked the acting. But it was also one of those things that, because I paid like $11 for the tickets. Like, I couldn't say to people like, yeah, I think I did put the caveat on that, saying like, fine, I wouldn't say pay your $11 to go see this in theaters, but when it comes to video and it came quickly because it didn't make much money, it's worth the time. And as I said, as far as a look at something like this, you're right. As far as, and thank you for bringing that up, just because like, hey, we can kind of go into the full chess look, honestly, because I don't remember what that one on the Wii is. If you want to see that or be involved in that one, we can do that. But I have to figure out
what.
There's a chess game I'm thinking of on the Wii that actually does cost a little money. I don't remember the name of it. But
so looking at the position, all moves have to be forcing.
Right.
Because black has mate.
And there's your force.
Okay.
Actually, it's doing it on its own, I think.
Well, okay, that wasn't the move I was thinking.
What were you thinking then?
I was thinking queen, G7. Oh no, sorry. G8 check, and then he's forced to take. Wait, no. Oh shoot, is that no?
Well,
never mind. Sorry, it doesn't work because he takes the king.
Oh no, wait a minute.
Okay, so yeah. So you'd have to get the check in, and then H6.
Just double check.
Yeah, double check, and then you play queen G8 check, rook take queen, knight, F7 checkmate. And the reason they're giving it away.
This is not what you would do. But I like that this is happening. I like you're saying, like, wait a second, this is not how you're gonna think it.
Well, this is the only solution.
Okay, sacrifice the queen is protected by the knight, but I can only take back with the rook. Which is sort of what you're saying to some degree.
Yeah, so now...
And that's trapped.
And so for the film, considering you sacrifice your queen, the person they're playing, they're really condescending, saying that she doesn't know anything about how to play, and meanwhile this is a tournament, so, you know, quite rude.
No, I get that idea, but I guess it goes to what I'm saying as far as Tice the Fox. He's just like the come, this move is not permitted. I mean, as I said, this is a French company as far as Tice was concerned, but the idea is like Tice the Fox, who was sort of their mascot, actually had games based on him. There was a couple on the Game Boy. There's one on the Game Boy, and then they ported it to the Game Boy Color. Basically, the idea is like, yeah, I guess he's like this. He's still polite about it to some degree, while also acknowledging, like, fine, you can't do this, my friend. Or even say, like, thank you for the queen. So it's like, okay, I don't know, maybe that face is like, I'm looking at them, like, thinking, like, I don't know if that's a I'd say that's a face I would trust, but then again, it's like, you know, I guess the idea of sly as a fox, maybe, which might be a good or bad thing when it comes to, you know, a fox teaching you how to play chess.
Maybe
which is interesting, though.
Maybe they compared to Crash Bandicoot.
Yeah, well, yeah, although... Yeah, I can see that. I think Tice the Fox, the game itself, came out in 1993, which is, I think, a little before Crash Bandicoot, but especially now the 3D model of it, which was 2 years after Crash Bandicoot. Well, fine. 2 years after Crash Bandicoot 1 and 1 after the second one. That, yeah, that's the idea. And I'll also put a compare picture right here as far as the Crash Bandicoot, so, like, there'll be a visual reference. It's like, we're streaming this show now, we're talking about this stuff, but if anything comes up to that, it's like, yeah, that's the power of the editing.
So, yeah, most people don't think to, you know, sacrifice a queen for...
Right. I mean, but then again, a lot of the mates in here ask you to do that. I ran through a couple of these today, just as far as my practice. There are a couple. I don't remember if this is one of them, where they basically said to you, you know, sacrifice your queen. No, right. I think you're trading off for queen. I think the way that they've had it. I don't remember if this is one of them. Yeah, it's the Anastasia mate. I think I did run this. I believe. Oh no, you don't mate black with that move. Okay, it wasn't that one. It was another one. I think that they asked you to do that with the rook. So that's why I was thinking that.
Yeah, I think I know what this is, but
okay.
I haven't fully mapped out yet.
Okay.
Yeah, you may be. I don't know. You may be right.
Oh no, I was thinking another one's like, because that was not that case.
Wonderful.
Oh wait. Oh yeah. Okay.
There you go.
A rook checkmate.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Fine. This is one of the ones that's asking for queen sacrifice. There's a lot of the mates that are asking for that, as far as the ones that they show here. That's one of them. But at that point, then you move the rook, and then that's checkmate. Oh, fine. No. It's not checkmate yet. No, fine. Then that queen is to go there, and now it's checkmate. I do have that jazzy horn thing for that. I think that's kind of cool, honestly. I'll give them that much. It's unique. Yeah, then, okay, I know the minor pieces I did. I don't think I did Dumjano's. We'll do one more and then we'll go on something else. Yeah, I didn't do Dumjano's mate. I don't think I did. It is weird, though, as I said, that they don't... Well, okay, maybe the reason they don't say that is because, hey, the description would give away what the hint of it is. Maybe, but even in some cases, like, they're not saying, like, you know, white to play. I don't know if it's obvious that the white's to play, but we showed before there's some cases they'll say, like, no, do black to play now. So that's something a little weird above anything else. But, yeah, I mean...
So you're white?
Yeah. Well, if you pick and it's wrong, they'll say to you like that. Leave the back pieces alone, it's not the black's turn to play. So that's how you know, but I mean... It's weird, I mean, sometimes it's a little weird, I'll say that. I mean, I like this game, I think, for what it offers and the niche it fills on the system, but there's definitely some weird stuff with it. Look, we saw that with the AI. We've understood that as far as we look at this.
Rook H7. Rook H7. Wait, no, that takes 3 turns, though. Let's see.
Oh, right, no, this is another one I think they asked for the queen sacrifice. No, that's no.
Your
No, because it's ouch. They say like that's your checkmate. So in that case, like that's not the one to. That's not what you want to.
Okay, so you need all checks.
Right, pretty much.
Oh wait. Rook. Okay, it's actually a multi-step process. Let's see, I think you have to sacrifice the rook first.
Which one?
Rook, rook h8, I think.
H8. Oh yeah, yeah, you're right, okay.
And then...
Yeah, rook sacrifice, black's in check, and so you have to take it.
Then, rook h1, check. And he goes back. You may actually have to. I think you have to sacrifice. You may actually have to sacrifice the second rook.
I think so.
Oh my god. Did you need a queen?
Yeah, the way they're running this, I can't remember looking at this one. They did ask for a second one. Oh, is that? Whoa. Actually, no, maybe I didn't. Actually, no, I didn't look at this one.
Then queen. Yeah. And then h7 check. He goes over and then mate.
There you go.
Yeah. I didn't see that.
Well, but then again,
sacrifices.
I do like the idea though that they're saying, and this is what I said about the tutorial. Why I think that's honestly of all the stuff this game does, even some of the weird oddities that we've had, and even like the idea of like how it's tutorializing certain things. I think this tutorial is kind of the best part of this game to some degree. Because it goes that deep. I mean, it goes easy as far as that, but also goes really, really deep for some of this stuff.
Okay, it's nice that they have those mates, though.
I like that too, just because of that. Let's run an ending.
That's something that won't be like put in most chess games.
Which is unique. I don't know necessarily. And as I said, you're the chess master franchise expert compared to me. I don't know necessarily how many of those went further. I would think they would for some of their elements, but I don't know how they did tutorials, whether the earlier versions or the later ones.
In the earlier ones, I don't remember there being any tutorials.
Okay.
I don't believe there's any tutorials at all.
Okay.
I think later they did add play with Kasparov or something like that.
Okay. I know there's Virtual Kasparov. I know that's a game. I think that's on the PC as well. So I don't know if that was tied with Chessmaster that came before or how that went, or later they got licensing for him perhaps. And I'll put a comment on that as well when we edit this in a couple days. All right. So this is the King Bishop Knight against King checkmate. Checkmating with the Bishop and Knight is most difficult. Because with other patterns, you need to force the king to the edge of the board, force it into one of the corners, and then force it into the corner that's the same color, and that's how you can tell this is from Europe as well. The color with the OU, which is, I like that, but I like the idea of looking at other parts of the world, looking at this. I mean, fine, maybe because Europe is in a sense a mecca of chess to a degree, but yeah, to a certain extent, yes.
Eastern Europe, yeah.
Eastern Europe, yeah. I mean, that's true.
Well, technically, I should say Finland right now too, because
there's a big scene coming out of them.
No, because who was it? What's his name? Magnus Carlsen.
Okay.
I believe it's Finnish.
Okay. Yeah, I like the emote in that perspective.
He's world champion.
Oh, okay. All right. Somehow I'd expect the sounds to be classical music, quiet like the ambience of a chess match. Yeah, I mean, as I said when we played this the first time, the music is almost like Animal Crossing to a certain extent, or like GameCube Animal Crossing at least, in the sense it's this very light thing for that. In feasible, you can also turn the music off, but yeah, that's an interesting thing. And I don't know how Chessmaster does that. Do you remember how the music of Chessmaster runs? Any of the versions?
The version I played as a kid, I don't think there's any music.
Okay, so they basically run. Well, as you said,
granted, I don't think it could process music and run the game at the same time.
Really?
That being said.
Okay.
This was like an Apple II.
Oh, you played it on the Apple II because I know there are like multiple.
You said that was like 90. Well, this was I think 88, either 88 or 87.
Okay, which I think that was like one of the first versions of that, and 3000 was 1991. From what I looked up.
Yeah, so if 3000 is 1991, then yeah, that puts things in perspective. yeah, I don't remember it being a big selling point. The only strategy game that I think the music actually helps with the game is Civilization.
Okay.
But let's just say they didn't write their own music.
So basically, they did like the classical music take. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Each era has its own, and I can show you that afterwards. Each era has its own theme, and I think they picked artists that best represent the era. So it's very environmental.
Which is interesting for that, I guess, the idea like the strategy game. Because I mean, in my case, you're the Civilization expert specifically. In my case, when it comes to the strategy stuff, for me, I tend to do like the ensemble studio stuff, like Age of Empires specifically. In that case, like what's the way? Oh, it's a great game, yeah. And but yeah, 4 came out last year. I still am not gonna. Or last year, the year before that. No, it was last year. I meant to play 4 for the purpose of that. And unfortunately, as far as Age of Empires is concerned, the only console version of it did not come out in the US. It was on the PlayStation 2 of Age of Empires 2. Actually, Age of Empires 2 was also on the DS, where it plays a lot like Fire Emblem. But unfortunately, I don't have a way to stream DS, because otherwise I would absolutely want to show that. One of those specifically. Or when I get the stuff figured as far as doing stream for PC, at the point that I can run that, because I love those games, for sure. And something like Civilization, that'd be an interesting one to run. Okay. Yeah, I think this is maybe more like them demoing how this is operating. Because not all of them, they'll say to you, hey, you know, do the moves. Well, okay, fine, maybe they might on this one.
Well, this one they won't expect you to.
Okay, never mind, maybe they will.
What? One sec, wait. Your turn, you must checkmate black in 3 moves with... Oh, okay, the bishop's on their side. Oh, wait, never mind. I hope you were paying attention.
Well, I not completely, not completely exactly, but I mean, we'll see. We'll see how this operates, potentially. Well, we'll see. I mean, as I said, also it's the case, like, you have to kind of read, like, how is the king gonna have to move based upon something like this.
Right!
Okay, alright, so that was the first move. Moving the, bishop from h3 to d7. Waiting move with the bishop to make black king move, because, like, yeah, I didn't want to go to c8, because otherwise he'd move ahead and I'd be threatened with that way. Black has only one move, which is moving over to, b8. Oh, fine, king b8, that's what they're showing there, although, based on the way the text is, I mentioned this when we first played this, and that's gonna be the hidden message, or the thing I'm saying constantly with this, when we first played this, that it's sometimes weird to see, like, the text on it. I think I was reading it off when we were doing some of that stuff for that. I said, what is this saying? I'm trying to look at how it's read. Like, that looks like 2 8s, potentially. I was like, no, it's not.
Yeah, it is
but fine.
Close.
But though, to be fair, it's like, for this one, it's like, okay, well, fine. You just look at the notation on the board and understand that. Okay, so that's that. So carry on. So to carry on, you enter this. And he's back in the corner. And then... Okay, yeah, I don't want to hit the B button on that. I don't want to go through that again. And then at that point, yeah, just move to the
Well done.
Alright, so yeah, in that case, I guess I must have been paying attention enough. Alright, and then we'll do a game. Or we'll show a game analysis. As I said, we did Spassky Tal before. Take your pick on which one we want to see. And by the way, when any of those that says Titus there, I believe they're testing the engine of Virtual Chess 1 and 2, because they were on the PC, and then this was the third and last game in the franchise 2 years after the second one. And the other one, okay, that's fine. Study of Gioacchino Greco from 1625, so it goes back a way, speaking of classical music take. And then the grandmaster games, which there are 3 of those, and then 3 Queen Sacrifice games, specifically.
Okay.
You take your pick on which one you want to see. I think in some cases they will ask you to do certain things for them, for some of them, not all of them.
I'm thinking one of the Grandmaster games.
All right.
Let's see, so
since we did this one, what would?
Let's go the Botvinnik Capablanca.
All right, let's take a look at that one. Okay. Yeah, he's running the
Himzo Indian.
Okay. Which I don't know if they explain what that is. Do you want to
Hopefully they do.
Oh, okay. Let's see. E3 white's building of a strong center.
And yeah, this is what. Okay, good. I'm glad I picked this one because this is what I was trying to get you to do before.
Okay. Actually, to be honest, when I first was gonna start when we were playing, the first thing I was gonna do, I was going to try and I actually, to be honest, the way I tend to want to pull my knights out, but I don't know if that's always a good idea.
Only difference is I was gonna have you push the G pawn and then put the bishop behind, which is called the King's Indian defense.
Okay.
It's kind of a it's okay versus the Queen's Gambit. This is perfectly okay as well.
I like that there's another option as far as an opening. All right, so Vinik recommends the instant here. Black is putting pressure on the pawn over in d4 to prevent white from setting up a strong center through f3 and e4. That's also going to the thing with the numbers we're looking at as far as the debug mode before, but alright. Now he's planning to go to g3, and in this opening, white is looking to play f3, e4, then potentially e5, f4, f5. Black is preparing to exchange the very powerful white square bishop with bishop to a6. Or b8. Wait, is that ba6? Yeah. Wait, no. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, is it? I'm trying to read the text, and sometimes I can't tell it. Alright. The white square bishop, interesting, leaves the a6, which is strong. Text move leaves the black knight on a bad square. Undoubtedly positional error. Capablanca perhaps thinks that white wouldn't be able to push easily on e4, but queen b7 was better, and if c4 to that end b4. And that's us. Wait, it's e3. Playing this, the Russian grandmaster signals that he doesn't want to tend to waste the time with the pawn defense. It's a courageous attitude. So yeah, this basically, just to give an idea to this to the audience out there, is that this is how it's running this. It's basically saying, like, we're gonna go step by step through every move and trying to get a sense, like, what was their mindset and what was the, I guess, the idea of what would have been, I guess, the good move to take, how they play it, what was their thought process, and I guess in some ways maybe get into the psychology of the people to a degree, a little bit, which I think is kind of unique. The first phase of the plan is completed, but white loses a pawn. Swaps queens, establishes a knight over on d3. Capablanca is not prepared to tolerate the arrival of the knight on f5. Have you seen this game before, by the way? I'm just curious on this. Are you
No.
familiar with this one? Because, I mean, I guess that I know for a fact, given that you're having knowledge on this.
Well, I haven't studied, like, games at, like, this level.
Okay. No, let's the attack Capablanca simplifies as much as possible. That is a unique thing. It's like there's...
There probably are games that I know, like textbook examples.
Sure, yeah, no, I get that.
That I know. But I generally don't.
I mean, what do you think of the idea? I mean, I think it's kind of interesting.
I think it's neat and probably for like higher level people, it's pretty essential.
I think it's interesting the fact that they even have this. The fact that they have a game on the N64 that's doing something like this. So in that case, I got to give Titus credit for saying that, yeah, we're going to come to market with this thing, even as a niche thing, so we're going to cover as much as we can do with this. I mean, they were proud of this as far as their engine. I mentioned when we played it before that they ran this as far as a lot of computer chess AI tournaments. I know they said they had won a couple as far as it from Harvard. There was the Harvard Cup, I believe. Is it reference the video we did before, which I go into that even more. I think that's what kind of caught my attention. Like, hey, there's nothing on this system really that's doing this. And since I didn't have a PlayStation at the time, that was what that was about. Its elegant moves in the long career of Mikhail Botvinnik.
One sec. Why?
What's up?
It's like why Bishop's there? Oh wait, I guess he can't take it because then. No. Oh, I'm just thinking of like, can he just take that?
Yeah, you want me to go on with this? If you want me to just like hold on this for a while, feel free to let me know and I'll do that.
No, it's okay. It's fine. Oh, so he does take. Okay. Now probably push. No.
The second sacrifice shatters Black's castling defense. Oh, and I have to play this shit. Alright.
Regains the knight. Okay, so white immediately regains the knight. Okay. Wait, does Queen G5 work?
Let's see. There you go. I'm letting you do this because I know damn well I can't do this. Well played. The knight is Okay, so I'll tell you what this is almost like. It's like if you've ever played like a lot of the NBA 2K games, they'll have like this legacy mode where they'll put you in famous, basketball games. Like, hey, it's the last couple of seconds for like the game. How do you win it, or how was it actually won, or how can you potentially prevent it? I mean, technically this is a sports game. Actually, really think about it that way. So. There you go. Pawn d4 is protected. Playing e7 meant to calculate the next 7 moves beforehand, which goes to what you're saying. So I'm glad you went into that methodology. You're basically giving a perspective. How do you think this, or how do you think this personally yourself, and also how does that operate for that, I guess, the analysis of this. So, like, if nothing else, this is going to be a celebration of this game, again, while also the celebration, like, that deep dive to it. Okay, so now we have our turn. White puts an end to this perpetual check. Oh, fine, okay, fine, in that case.
Black puts...
Okay, so fine, they're gonna... Fine, I guess I have to put an end to this eventually.
say, can you have forward?
Okay, so now I can run this. So I guess at this point, after all that, you're saying what? Put on here?
Does that work?
That's it.
Well done.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, see, Chad, I told you Proterova knew what he was talking about when it came to this stuff. Absolutely. Okay, so there you go. Continuation of that also wins. But Vinik finds the most precise win. They're checking options left. Powers to prevent the threat of Queen F8. Black resigns. There you go. Alright, good job. So, there you go. You absolutely showed that perspective to it. Okay. Alright, so yeah, there you go. That is your look, again, at virtual chess, and also a lot of other things. Actually, before we end for the night, I do want to go into something. Flash Think was wrong. I think I said in the first part we played this, was that it wakes the computer up. No, what it does is that it makes it so that, you know, I'll show this. I make a move, doesn't matter what I make. Or... Oh, wait, because I'm running two-player, that's why. Hang on, let me change that. Game. Computer.
New game? Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, let me move. Yeah, okay, flash move is... Fine, you know what, let me just... I just want to make some... Okay, not there. Yeah, it's doing a flash there. Actually, you know what, fine. We'll end the way we ended last time. Let's run to level 12, because then at least this will take a while. Or not, never mind.
Oh, okay, so it highlights the move.
It highlights the move as far as that, but I'm trying to get a sense of, hey, it's a 12, it's going to be taking forever to make a decision. Okay, there we go, perfect. I just want to get that running, so I was like, yeah, there you go. It's going to be taking an idea of what that flash think is, because I said it was wake up the computer. I was like, no, it's not. Which is also why I have the instruction manual on standby for this one, which, as I said, given how cheap this game is, it's like 15-20 bucks. You can also get the manual of it for not too much more. As I said, that chess game on the Wii, whose name I keep forgetting, costs way more than this. Like, it's an $80, $90, $100 game. It's kind of one of the more expensive games on the Wii, which is surprising. It's like, what is the Wii market looking like as far as what's really expensive on that? Actually, I have one of the games that is, which is, Sega did a collection that had, Gunblade New York and LA Machine Guns. Are you familiar with those? Yeah, which are these arcade games that they made in, 1996 and 1998. But they didn't make many copies of it. I think when I got it, it was like still a bit. I found like 33 bucks. It's now like well over 100. Yeah, this is the hunt. This is what the Flash Think is running at level 12. So yeah, well, we're running that way. I mean,
it's also probably very confused on your move.
So I mean, I guess that's the interesting thing there. I was like, okay, it's saying like, what am I doing? So, or to quote a game we're playing in 2 weeks. Look, it's freaking out. And that makes sense when we play that game in 2 weeks. Yeah, that is your virtual chess experience as an impediment. Go on.
The level 12, probably never seen a move like that before.
Yeah, well, okay. I mean, to be fair, I guess we've never seen a chess game quite like this one before. I mean, whether it's a good or bad thing, that's a question to it, but still, I mean, fine. Alright, we did our final thoughts on Ocarina of Time before. Yeah, trust me, this was us playing Ocarina of Time.
Is he thinking you're a genius or you're an idiot?
Well, okay, fair enough to that.
And it's analyzing to figure
We'll
out.
at least, you know, we'll let it run a move to see, like, what does it do. But in the meantime, then, since we did our final thoughts on Ocarina of Time, we love it, it's great, and, there you go, we had a great time doing this together. What is your final thoughts on Virtual Chess 64? Specifically now you've actually played the game, you've seen it, even on both ends, you're in the chat on it last time, and now you played it. Yeah, what is your thoughts on this?
Alright, but, again, I would still prefer to play chess on a computer.
Which is fair. I mean, as I said, there's definitely concessions you're running, but as far as...
For most people, in terms of processing power, most players aren't gonna need the power to run at this level, so... yeah, unless you're training for a tournament, good enough.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the other thing also, it's worth pointing out, you're saying, like, the size of this thing. This is actually, surprisingly, one of the smallest cartridge sizes of any game on the Nintendo 64. It's actually only 4 megabytes, shockingly. because like they're two ends as far as like the biggest and largest card sizes in the system, which is the smallest cartridge sizes are 32 megabytes, which are this game, another Titus joint, Automobile Lamborghini. I don't know if you ever played that. And also the Nintendo 64 ports or variations on Wheel of Fortune, which is amazing, and his Rumble Pack support, so at some point we're going to show that off. And Jeopardy, which is not a very good game, because that one, they constantly repeat the questions.
Oh.
But they did do a 4 megabyte cartridge size for that. They can go on the other end of the spectrum, as we've mentioned sometimes in the show. Conker's Bad Fur Day, which I brought up earlier, that runs at 64 megabytes as far as how it is, and the other one, which is like one of the heroes of the Nintendo 64, honestly, of like, how the hell did they do this? That was Resident Evil 2. They took Resident Evil 2 from the PlayStation 1 that's running on 2 discs that immediately, it did not actually have to run on 2 discs for technologically speaking. They put that into 64 megabytes. So yeah, they took a game that is like a gig and a half in size and crammed it into a 64 megabyte cartridge and had basically the whole game in it and had extras like randomizer mode that are not in the other ones. And it was Angel Studios who did the development on that one, who actually went on to be Rockstar San Diego, who made Red Dead Redemption. Before that, they were doing Miracles on the Nintendo 64, and that's how they did that one. They're even going to do Resident Evil 0 before they put on the GameCube. But yeah, just to give a sense, like, the different cart sizes of the Nintendo 64. This was the smallest one, and if I made a move, thank God, okay, they moved the pawn. So that was what it decided to do for the purpose of that move. Fine, you know what? Fuck it, let's just do something to see, like, get confused again, because why not? Well, I guess we go to this. I guess to go to my thoughts then on virtual chess, sort of. To it.
Also, there is no artificial stupidity, right?
Not on. Yeah, only beginner level 1 and 2 have the artificial stupidity. The rest of them does. Like no.
So I'm guessing they're making the assumption that they wanted to give away that pawn.
Maybe, I guess so. They said we'll let that go. But yeah, my final thoughts then on virtual chess itself is that it is a unique one. I mean, if you're a chess person, there might be better options. Honestly, I mean, look, we have the expert on the show tonight, no question about that. And thank you very much for providing your insights and your thought processes on this for this game, and then also for Ocarina of Time. I've had a wonderful time doing this game with you, and but to go back to this game specifically, I mean, it is something interesting. If you're curious, it's not going to cost you much money, so that's another thing about it. And for your chess option for 64, it is your only one, really. I mean, there are probably better ones. I mean, as I mentioned, next week we're going to show an indication of how Mortal Kombat did chess in Mortal Kombat Deception, but that's more of a trailer because we're not actually playing that next week. But again, thank you so much, Proterova, for being on for Ocarina of Time and for this and putting up with, as I said, with the Stop Skulls for Fighting channel, your random video gaming bullshit. Because, like, yeah, I don't know if you know anybody else who has... When it's like, let's play a chess game, it's like, okay, cool, let's play this on the N64 from the people who made Superman.
I wouldn't expect it. Most people, when I say, let's play chess, they're like, dude, we're not playing chess with you.
It's interesting, though, as far as, like, that idea of it. So, like, I mean...
I don't know, even my own mom, who's like, I can't stand people who aren't intellectuals. She's like, I can't play chess. It requires too much thought.
Well, I mean, when you showed it, I mean, I think, well, fine. We're also showing the computer thing, like, what is this? Like, all these things you have to take into account. So I get that completely. So, I mean...
There's a lot, but the basics are simple. It's just...
Yeah.
It's just... There's a lot to keep track of, and it's easy to make a mistake.
Which is, I think, the reason why, as you mentioned, it's been holding on forever, basically. But... And,
yeah, it was giving away that pawn to take the other one.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean,
so,
this is also the good news. Yeah, this is also the good news of, like, how this is going. But, I mean, yeah, yeah, as soon as it finishes this move, I think that will be the end of Super Old Game Saturday for the night. And, just to give you a little bit of a perspective, thank you, Proterova, again. I can't thank you enough for making the Ocarina of Time play and this appendage to it such a great experience. And it said, call dibs on whatever you want that has not been called dibs on, and it's yours, as mentioned. There are a couple things I know he's called dibs on. He called dibs on Game Dev Tycoon, which is going to run the Switch version when the time comes to that, because Switch was mentioned. Because it is on that for like $15, and it has a mix of stuff that was not on the PC version. We're going to do at some point World Championships of Soccer 1 and 2 for the sake of chance. We're going to do both of them at once. That'll be a down the road thing. And also, he'll be handling an RPG next year. We're doing Lunar Silver Star Story Complete for the PlayStation. But the next game him and I are going to do, and he'll be back on August 27th for this one. We're going to be playing another vital game on the Nintendo 64. Not virtual chess. I would not say this is a vital game on the system. It's a fine. If you're into chess, it is. But I mean, as far as the kind of thing it is a unique one. I mean, I'm glad this exists on the system. And you can't. And when it comes to something with Titus, you can't always say that. But I'd say we played one essential game already, which was Ocarina of Time together. We're playing another one because we're celebrating its 25th anniversary, almost on the day or close enough to GoldenEye 007. And yeah, we're definitely looking forward to playing that one, getting our James Bond perspective going on that. That will be on August 27th, and I'm looking forward to doing that game with you. And how we're going to handle that is we're going to bounce back and forth between playing levels. We did some practice for it now, and we'll do more as time goes on. But also the idea that, we're going to balance off, like, which levels you want to do, which ones you don't. Actually, we're going to have that in a couple weeks when Chris Nair makes his debut on the program. But yeah, I'm looking forward to doing that game with you in a couple of months, and thank you again profusely for this one. Okay, so, and he moved, okay, so that was his move, he moved down there.
I was right.
That's what you expect he was going to do?
Yep.
What specifically you want to go into that, and then I'll go into the schedule on the show for the next few weeks?
Well, he moved the pawn to expose the attack. He gave away the center pawn for, never mind, for that pawn that you hung.
Mm-hmm. No, you say, yeah, you've done enough to help for tonight to make the show great, so thank you. I appreciate that as well.
Obvious move is obvious.
Well, there you go. But, I mean, thank you. Okay, so, with that taken care of, let's go into the business of the next couple of weeks, and actually, feasibly the next couple of months, I guess, on the show, because I mentioned August 27th is GoldenEye 007. Mark down your calendars. 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for that day. We're going to have that. But, the next couple of weeks. Next week, we're going to be playing Midway Arcade Treasures 2 with the Xbox version. It's also on the PS2 and the GameCube, but it's going to be for our Memorial Day compilation program where I figured this each. Great, I enjoyed this. Thank you, Dollyfin. I appreciate that. Thank you, Like vs. Well. Thank you, everybody out in chat and everybody out in YouTube land for watching over there for the purpose of that. But yeah, next week we're doing our second annual Memorial Day compilation program. Last year we played Midway Arcade Treasures. Actually, Like vs. wanted to see that. So I said, when should we do that? And I said, let's do it on Memorial Day weekend. I said, you know what? Let's make this as kind of celebration. It's going to be, it's one of all of the annual shows we do, of which we have 3, which are the April Fool's Day show, where we do a bad game, or a game that's at least worth the laugh. This year we did Batman Forever. We do the Thanksgiving Showcase, which is the weekend of Thanksgiving, or right after, a couple days. And then for Memorial Day weekend, it's going to be a classic game compilation. So we've done some stuff before. We did Midway Arcade Treasures last year. Nocturne and I did Sonic Jam to a certain extent a few weeks ago, about a month or so ago. But next week is going to be Midway Arcade Treasures 2. And for each of those Midway Arcade Treasures that go along, we're doing them on a different system because they're on the PS2, GameCube, and Xbox. One was on the PS2. 3 will be on the GameCube when we do that because it's also the best version for that one. And 2 is the Xbox. We're running that through. Yeah, we're going to have a bunch of old, not Namco. We'll get to Namco eventually, when you want to see Namco stuff as well. We're going to be doing Midway stuff. That collection has some big hitters from the 90s like Mortal Kombat 2 and 3 and Primal Rage, as well as some other ones like Arch Rivals was a precursor to NBA Jam. You familiar with Arch Rivals? It's basically the version of NBA Jam that they could get away with putting in there without having to pay money to the NBA or to Acclaim at the time who had the license. It was weird fuckery kind of going on with how Midway lost that, even though Midway made NBA Jam. But yeah, also some really weird stuff. I know you're a big one on Gauntlet Dark Legacy. We have Gauntlet 2 in that collection. And we're going to take a look at every game in the collection for a couple of minutes, and we're going to look at some of the extras, including some of the making-ofs. Some of them, I mean, admittedly there aren't as many as in the first one, and we'll get to 3, it's like it's really bare bones. And also the trailers, because I mentioned Mortal Kombat Deception has its chess combat mode. They do cover that in the trailer for that, so we're going to look at all that. We're going to have a fun time with that next week at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Saturday as usual. And then the week after that, the Crochet Nerd is going to be joining the SuperOldGameSaturday family on the show, specifically for the first time. We're playing Space Channel 5 for the Dreamcast. You ever play that? That is an experience. In fact, we were showing coworkers that this week, and they were in this state of delight. It's like, this is a weird case of this game where you're playing this female news reporter in space in like 500 years from now, trying to cover an alien invasion where the aliens come down and are forcing people to dance. It is amazing. Yeah, him and I are going to...
strange.
You have no idea. You're not going to want to miss that one. It's also one I realized that there's a little bit of a licensed content case. It's a music-based game. It's like Parappa the Rapper or something like that. There's a little bit of a licensed music case. I'm going to be able to get around that, so no issue to that. That's in 2 weeks. That's going to be you're not going to want to miss that one. And then 3 weeks from now, we're continuing the Zelda train, because the whole initiative this year has been we're running the Zeldas for Nintendo 64, both of them. So you and I did Ocarina of Time. You said Ocarina of Time's your favorite. You're calling that one. Fantastic. In his case, he's the big one on Majora's Mask. Or Crochet Nerd, he's big on Majora's Mask, so him and I are going to be doing that. So we're going to start that in 3 weeks. And then for the rest of June, I think for the third weekend, we're going to do part 4 of Sailor Moon of the story. I don't know if we finish it then, but if we don't, we'll finish it early in July. And the viewer request for June, which I think is going to be the end of the month, is Super Mario Land 2 6 golden coins for the Game Boy. Are you familiar with, have you played the Mario Land games on the Game Boy?
Mario Land, Game Boy, no.
Yeah, there are some good ones. We played the first one last year. We had a good time with that back in November. We're going to the second one in about a month or so. And that's definitely a really good one. Actually, a pretty open Mario game, when you really think about it. I mean, honestly, I don't know if there's been a Mario game that was that open until Super Mario, not Galaxy, Odyssey on the Switch. Because basically the idea of that game is that you can kind of go all over the place. You go to any world you want, in any order you want. And it's like the 2D Mario classic case of that. Yeah, we're going to be doing that at the end of June. And then in July, we will, when we finish Sailor Moon of the story, it's going to be probably then. We're also going to start the next RPG as well, which is going to be a game I know you've wanted to see. And Emetics and I are going to team up for this one, Parasite Eve for the PlayStation. And so we got some good stuff. And in the RPG train, after Parasite Eve, Crochet Nerd's going to play Shadow Hearts for PlayStation 2 for us. And then Proterova's going to be back. He's going to be controlling Lunar Silver Star Story Complete. That's another one like with the chess concept here. I absolutely trust him with that game. That's a big one for him, and I'm very happy and grateful that you want to show that off to our show. It definitely is one that I don't get the sense people remember, and I hadn't really played it until you told me this game is awesome. And actually, I bought the PSP so I could play the remake. And we'll do a look at remake at one point, but yeah, that is where the show is looking like. Thank you very much to all of you out in chat land and YouTube land for watching Super Old Game Saturday for this week. Thank you, Proterova, for everything you've provided to this play tonight and the past couple of months. I'm looking forward to Goldeneye in 3 months with you. All right, with that, sounds like a fun. It sounds like a fun lineup. Yeah, it's definitely a fun lineup, and as I've always said, is that whenever you have a request for a game, asking you shall receive. Like you were asking me specifically, like, can we do one? I was like, yeah, sure, absolutely. We do some of these things. Yeah, anything you want to see, chat, anything Proterova you want to see, let us know. We'll make it happen. That's how we operate the show. Even if it's something nobody's played, it's like virtual chess. Like, we'll show it. There's no limitations for us as far as like that kind of thing. But goodbye and thank you. Sure, no problem. Absolutely. And thank you so much for watching the program. I'll see you next week at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for Midway Treasures 2. Till then, keep being awesome. Have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your weekend, and a great week coming forward. And I'll see you next week. Thank you again for everything, and keep being awesome. Take care.